Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. What happened to my sound? That was weird. What happened to the sound? It got all unsynced or something. Weird. Okay. So today we have closing arguments and verdict. I was going to leave the verdict till tomorrow, but it's only like 10 minutes. So we'll tack the verdict onto the end of today, and we will get to the sentencing hearing tomorrow.
Reason you don't have your notepads, and the reason is that the closing arguments are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence. However, they're intended to aid you in understanding the case and in performing your duties as a juror. And for that reason, I'm going to ask that you pay very close attention to what state will have an opportunity to make a closing argument, and that will be followed by the defense making its closing argument. After that, I will instruct you on the law that you're to consider, and you'll retire and begin your deliberations, and I'll have a lot to proceed to the close. Mr. Smith.
I want to start by thanking each of you for taking on the duty and responsibility that's been imposed upon you in this case. I know I speak on behalf of the court, I speak on behalf of the defense, and I certainly speak on behalf of the state when I say that we understand and we have performed admirably, and it is a duty thus far that you have shown us great attention and you have been obviously aware of what we've been doing and why we've been doing it, and I appreciate that, and I know that all the participants do. You know, it's one of the ironies of the procedures, this penalty phase procedure under which we now operate, that for the last several days of these proceedings that we have focused solely on Danny Harold Rolling. That's not to be unexpected, and in part certainly not to be inappropriate. But I want us to go back to where we were when you deliberate today, to go back again and put the focus where it needs to be. And that is on the simple questions that you are going to be asked to answer as to these 5 murders. The simple question is going to be whether or not the state of Florida has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the certain aggravators that are set forth under the statutes. And in the event you find that, whether or not the defense has brought forth mitigation that outweighs the aggravators. For days, it seems like I've received mountains of try to talk to you about what needs to be done. You've seen the evidence, you know the case. Thing that I told you that when each of you were questioned so frequently during voir dire, I want to ask you again to remember one thing you took an oath to do, and that was your duty. And that is, do you have the ability to weigh in the scales that are going to be set out for you, the judge? All of you are here because you convinced what must have seemed like a battery of inquirers that you could do that. Each person in this process has a sworn duty. We all have taken a covenant. I have taken a covenant. It is to be the prosecutor and to prosecute Danny Harold Rolling and to seek the penalty that I believe to be commensurate with the crimes that he's committed. Mr. Kearns has a sworn duty, and that is, his duty is to defend rulings on the law, to advise you on the law, and ultimately to receive your recommendation and to give that recommendation great weight, and then to make a decision as to what sentence should be imposed. If any, as we have sworn to do it, there would be a miscarriage of justice. And the same is true for you, because you have a sworn duty. Duty's a easy concept to talk about. It's sometimes a hard thing to do. It's sometimes an unwelcome thing to do. It's not something you always ask for, and in this case, I know it's not. But it's something that is usually imposed upon you because others found you worthy to perform it and knew that you would and could. I remain convinced your duties today and your responsibilities today, with an understanding of what they are, in light of the evidence that we're going to review again, that this case is not a particularly difficult decision in terms of what that recommendation should and must be. I remain also convinced that if you decide this case honestly and fairly, no one will ever criticize you. If you shirk away from today's duty, you will never forgive yourselves. This is not a matter, as we talked about, you remember back in voir dire, it may seem a long, long time ago, and I'm sure during some days it started seeming a longer time ago. This is not a matter of your...
I don't like that. That was kind of rude. Like, I know you have to tell the jury, like, express that it's a big responsibility, but that's like guilting them into doing the right thing, saying it like that. Oh, if you don't make the right decision, you'll never forgive yourselves. Like, that's just rude.
Being called upon to decide what the law ought to be, to decide what the law is, to decide what you think the law should be, to decide what you may have said in the past that you thought the law ought to be or shouldn't be. The law is set and the court's going to instruct you on that. This is simply a matter of your meeting your responsibilities and your duties and performing those duties to follow that law as it's instructed to you and to make the recommendation that is appropriate in this case. Against that backdrop, then, we know from day one that each of you sat here, and each of those days that you followed, you have heard ad infinitum, and at times it probably seemed ad nauseum. Repeat to you what the law is. The law is real simple. You are to make a recommendation based on whether or not the state has proven the error to establish statutory aggravators, and whether or not, if we have done so beyond a reasonable doubt, the defense has brought forth mitigation that outweighs the existence of those aggravators. Let's go back then and remember how this whole process started again. On the day when Danny Rolling was to stand trial, to face the mountains of evidence that we had accumulated, he came forth and finally admitted that he was the person who had killed, murdered in the first degree, Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Manuel Taboada, and Tracy Pauls. And on that day, the court adjudicated him. And if you remember the first proceedings, the state entered in with all states. You're going to take these exhibits back with you. All these I have and all the others that have been entered will be available to you for your review in your deliberations. But one of the first things and one of the easiest things for you to do will be to look at the judgment that was rendered in this case. Because I take you now to the chart and I say that, remember, there are certain aggravators under the statute, and one of those aggravators was the capital murder was committed while the defendant engaged in the commission of burglary or sexual battery. And the court's going to give you a civic instruction today that says that. This judgment absolutely answers that question. This judgment says that Danny Rowland has been found guilty of 5 first-degree murders, and which are capital murders, and that in all of the cases, they were committed in the course of armed burglaries. This judgment tells you that. It's not something you need to debate or talk about, well, do you think it really was an armed burglary? He's adjudicated guilty of armed burglary. It's not something you need to debate and say, well, do you think he committed rape? We know unequivocally and unquestionably and beyond any reasonable doubt that Danny Rowland committed rape at scene 1 when he went into Christina Powell's house and he raped her before he killed her. We know that he raped Krista Hoyt before he killed her. We know that he raped Tracy Pauls before he killed her. We know that with a certainty that cannot be questioned. So the state has proven one aggravator, and there's nothing really, shouldn't be anything difficult about the concept. First, it's proven, and second of all, what the law is basically saying there is this. If you rape someone before you kill them, if you come into someone's home, someone's safe harbor, and you kill them, it is an aggravator for which the scales are balanced in favor of the death penalty. We'll have one aggravator as soon as you begin your deliberations, beyond any reasonable doubt. But you know, there's another aggravator that we talked to you about, a second aggravator that I think we need to spend some time and talk about again, because you're going to be asked a lot today, I'm sure, to talk about the background and the record and what somebody done in life that got them to this point. Well, one of the aggravators under Florida law is whether or not a person has a conviction of a capital murder or a felony involving the use or threat of violence. Now, if you remember on that first day, we went through what probably seems some awkward procedures, and we talked about some judgments that were entered in this record. This is the sum total of violent criminal judgments over 15 years, over 4 states, in 5 or 6 jurisdictions. Danny Rowland has been found time and time again to have committed crimes of violence. That is an aggravator. We say in the law, and the court will instruct you, that that is something that will be an aggravator that you should score. And it tilts the balance in favor of a recommendation of the death penalty. Now, I find it amazing that back on opening, Mr. Kern stood up and said to you, we just want you to lock the key at the door at the jail and throw away the key. We need him to go to prison. He's been to prison. This is what prison was about. You want to talk about time? I refer you to when you look at these judgments, check the kind of time. He's got 300 months in the United States District Court. He's got life sentences that he's facing in Ocala, life sentences that he's facing in Hillsborough County. This case is about what he ought to pay for these crimes. Because as bad as that life of violence is, as bad as those judgments are for what he's done before he ever got here, they pale in comparison to what he did in Gainesville, to what he did to Sonia, to what he did to Christina and Krista and Tracy and Manuel. Prison's simply not enough. I think that another concept that's a little difficult, and in fact, it's so difficult that I got it wrong when I first computed it, is that the law also recognizes prior crimes of violence for crimes that you commit simultaneous in your crime spree. In this case, what that means is that even though we know from the facts that Sonia died first, Tracy's crime, the murder of Tracy Paulus, because of this case and the way it's structured, is a prior crime of violence that you may consider. The rape in one case can be applied as a crime of violence in the other case. Now, what does that all mean to us? What it means to us is that Danny Rowley, when you are making each individual judgment, has 21 prior crimes of violence, including 4 murders in the first degree, 2 sexual batteries with great force, 3 armed burglaries with a battery, 3 armed robberies, 1 robbery, 4 robberies with a firearm, 1 armed bank robbery, 1 attempted robbery with a firearm, 2 aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer. That is a lifetime, an adult lifetime of crime. That is an aggravator, and it's not one that should be difficult for you to determine. It's a matter of record here in these exhibits, and it's a matter of record here in this exhibit.
And they're not even mentioning the 3 murders in Louisiana that he did.
It's not something you have to go back and sit down and say, well, do you think he really committed all these crimes? He's serving sentences for these crimes. So we now know that the state, beyond any reasonable doubt, in fact, with a degree of certainty probably unheard of in criminal cases, with a degree of certainty that requires really little inquiry on your part, has proven the existence of 2 aggravators. If the scales were here, they went here with the first one. They went here with the second one. Because 2 statutory aggravators have already been established and won't take you very long to recall, recount, and weigh. The third aggravating factor is, and I had the 4th here, but I want to address it first. The capital murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner. And the court's going to give you an instruction this afternoon on that, and I'm not going to try to verbatim tell you everything that's in it. What I am going to tell you is it's a concept that's normally called heightened premeditation. If I take a gun and I point it over there and I have a minute to think about it and I shoot it, that's enough premeditation for a normal capital case. But to be an aggravator under the law, you've got to show that there was more planning, that there was a certain amount of premeditation that was more than just enough time to think about what you were doing, that there was a design, a plan, a commitment even here is what we're going to show to kill. Now, the coldness of this case, the calculation of this case is astounding, and the coolness and the premeditation are chilling, and they're sometimes difficult for us to fathom. I told you back in opening, and you probably remember the picture standing there with the knife time and time again in your mind. Well, I told you back then that there was a lot of planning in this case, but I really didn't go into it to the detail that we've actually proven to you. What we've proven to you over the last several weeks. The cold, calculated, and premeditation phase of this, when I was trying to figure out where I wanted to start, I guess I could have gone back to when he left Parchment Prison, because by his own counts, he was then committed to a course of revenge. But I don't think that would be specific enough to this case. I think it's a motive. But I think this case really does begin when? It begins on July 18th. And I chose that date to start my opening statement to you when I came forward and I said on July 18th, the man walked into an Army-Navy store and he bought that knife. Now, it is important to remember later testimony that you got. Do you remember the testimony of Benstead? Do you remember the conversations about why you get this particular knife? You get this particular knife because it's so good for killing. It's an exceptional for killing. I think the phrase was, it cuts through someone like a knife through butter. It has a bloodline. That's the rivet here that allows it to go in and out fast. Danny had thought out the kind of weapon you need. He got a military K-bar knife because it was exceptional for killing. Now, by the way, you make sure you buy the knife in a city other than you commit the crime in. Why do you do that? Well, anybody who's a son of a police officer and a veteran criminal figures this out, that if they find someone that's been murdered by knife point in the community, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to check out the local knife stores. Have you sold a military K-bar lately? You buy it in Tallahassee and you buy it under a false name, Mike Kennedy, and then you leave. Then you go down to Sarasota. When you go down to Sarasota, you get some further preparations. And that's just what happened. Down in Sarasota, he buys a 9mm automatic. Now, he carried this weapon and that knife into every one of these crime scenes. But remember how this was purchased? It was purchased from a man named Ford in Sarasota. Now that's important. It's bought from an individual. You know, a gun dealer. Gun dealer happens. Check. What happens? People later send out on all points about a type. Now he's got his gun. Now he's got his knife. He's prepared for one thing only. What is that? What is that? That's a weapon for killing. Now we know in Sarasota the plan began, because I want you to go back and remember the tape. You remember the beginning of the tape in Sarasota when he's down there and he starts off by saying kind of a farewell to his dad and farewell to his mom and farewell to, that's his signing off. That's the beginning. He sings all the songs he's known, because he's now preparing for his great event. Once again, though, you don't stay in the same town where you bought the gun to commit the crime. It's too likely that someone would know something or someone would remember something. So Danny Rolling leaves Sarasota. He comes to Gainesville. I mean, none of this is really in debate. He stays in the University Inn and he goes around Gainesville, and we know that during that period of time he's doing some peeking. He is, ladies and gentlemen, the predator who has stalked out the ground upon which he is going to prey. It now becomes merely a matter of victim identification. On August 23rd, Danny Rolling leaves the University Inn and he moves to the woods. Now, because you're moving to the woods, there are certain preparations you have to make there too. He goes to Walmart out here in Butler Plaza. What does he do? Well, we know from the tape, remember, you'll see it there if you have any problem recalling. Remember the tape said what time he made the purchases? He purchased a tent and he purchased a mattress. It's not what he purchased that tells the story, it's what he stole. What he shoplifted was a screwdriver, gloves, air conditioning duct tape. You don't need air conditioning duct tape in the tent of the woods. Danny is now prepared. We're talking about an amazing plan, a commitment. Now, that circumstantial evidence alone would show you the level of commitment that he had made to this case, I believe, in and of itself. But we have something more in this case. We've got a tape in which Danny Rolling, and you remember, it's the end of the tape where he talks to his brother in what now seems eerie and almost prophetic. He says to his brother this little conversation about, if you're going to kill a deer, you want to make sure you kill him with a lung shot. You get him to the heart or a vital organ. He's not talking about deer hunting, but we'll accept that for a minute. Because then what does he say? I'm signing off now. There's something I got to go do. There's something I got to go do. You heard the tape. Well, one could argue, well, maybe that doesn't mean what he went to do. He's later asked. Do you remember when he's later asked by LeGrand Hewitt on the videotape? You saw it. Danny, what was it you had to go do? Do you remember what he had to go do? Was it the homicides, Danny? Was it the killings? That's what he had to go do. We've got the evidence of the preparation. We've got the evidence of the commitment because he got it and he said it. This is a man whose premeditation, he had thought it all out. He had detailed it in his mind. He was now committed to go kill. But even if somehow you had any question, which I can't imagine that you do, let's talk about what he does next. He goes out into the surrounding area. We know that he goes to one apartment and he sees a woman from behind. Remember, he's got that, there's a photo of it in there. He's got that black pouch where he's carrying his tools. He's got everything on him. He's dressed in black. He's got his ski mask. He goes to one apartment and I think he decides he's going to jump in and a drunk comes up and he runs off. He goes to another set of apartments. I think it was described as somewhere near the hospital. He sees two people. He's beginning to focus in on them. What happens? A security guard. For some reason, none of us will ever understand. That security guard came around at that apartment. And it wasn't to be. And Danny ran. But Danny's plan was not to be denied. He was the predator. He was in his area and he was going to find his prey. And he did. And he did at Williamsburg. But let's talk about how cold and calculated and planning even that is. He goes into Williamsburg. He comes in the downstairs. It's dark. He finds Christina Powell on the couch. He's still planning. I've got to case the joint. He checks the place out. He stands over her 5 to 10 minutes. Do you remember that testimony from there? 5 to 10 minutes. I'm tempted to stand silently. Just to give you an idea how long 5 to 10 minutes is to make a choice over whether you're going to kill somebody. He goes upstairs. He's checking the place out. He finds Sonia. When he sees Sonia, same thing. He waits 5 to 10 minutes. Is he struggling to back off? Is he thinking about maybe this isn't the right decision? Do you remember what he was thinking about? He told Rusty, he told Bobby, he told his psychiatrist. He's trying to figure out which one he should rape and which one he should kill. That's cold. That's premeditated. Were you thinking about backing off? Were you thinking about stopping? Were you thinking about being reluctant? No. He's thinking about which one should I rape and which one I should. We know what happens at that scene, and we'll return to it again when we talk heinous, atrocious, and cruel. But I want to talk about how premeditated all this is even after that scene. How about scene 2, Krista Hoyt? Now we know at Krista Hoyt, you remember Mr. Hoover? Mr. Hoover who took the stand and recalled the events of how, he always checked that gate. And he had that fence back there in the back. And that was the way you had to go back to get around to get to the back of Krista's apartment. You know that Mr. Hoover was real concerned that night. You could see it. You saw it. You know what was wrong. Mr. Hoover realized what we later found out through the testimony of Danny Rolling. Danny Rolling had been there earlier. That gate had been undone. That fence wasn't like it was supposed to be. Mr. Hoover realizes that now. But how do you know? Danny Rolling's been there earlier. He's been around there and he's been peeking. And he's found Krista Hoyt. And she's coming out of the shower and he likes what he sees. So Danny comes back. Danny returns. He comes back on Saturday night. Now we know from Paul Schwartz that at this time, when he comes back, She's out playing racquetball. So Danny has the apartment to himself. Now, you want to talk about planning? You want to up and he notices there's an alcove. You remember the evidence I showed you. We even had the little Star Wars looking graphic up here that showed you where everything was located. There was a place where a bookshelf sat. We know he waits. We know he sees Tracy. We know he has to break in. We know we had testimony. You remember Dave Warren talking about, there's several pry marks there, how much effort it took to get into the places. He gets in. He goes in, and of course, we know what he does. He checks the place out. He kills the first person. That's Manuel. Just Tracy into a room. He's been watching her. He is like a tiger out there. I mean, I think of this sometimes, and when someone leaves, he's back in his position. He's watching. He goes in, and he kills her. But even then, he's planned everything out. He realizes that he looked in the window. And if he could peek in the window, well, then somebody else might peek in and see what he's doing. What does he do? Piece of tape, pulls the drapes, tapes them. No problem, he's got a captive. She's already bound. We know that. We've got a man who arranged for months, weeks, days, hours. Everything he did was completely designed towards being successful at killing and raping. He was not a person that did not understand what he was doing, and it just was a spur of the moment thing, or even that thing where he turns and pulls the trigger all of a sudden. No, this was a cold, calculated design of a man who was committed to a plan of murder, and that's exactly what cold, calculated, premeditated means within the sense of an aggravator. It's a horrible aggravator because it means that you've got to find that the person, they planned out and they designed out, they had a consciousness about what they did, except that they were intent on their design, intent on their plan. And that's what happened here. Everything he did was designed to carry out one thing: rape and murder. We submit to you there can be no reasonable doubt. There could be no reasonable doubt about that aggravator applying in this case. I cannot envision how one calculates or plans or coldly designs anything with greater time to think about it. Does he stop at one scene? Does he stop at two scenes? No, he goes to 3 scenes. Does he have time to do things? Yes, he rearranges the furniture. That's how much coldness there is in this plan. That's why Danny Rolling should have a 3rd aggravator by statute stacked against him further on the scales of justice, because of the length of time and the design and the absolute unwillingness of this man ever change his plan in any way to avoid doing what he wanted to do, and that was to kill. There's a 4th statutory aggravator. In a way, I think it ties into the 3rd. It's called heinous, atrocious, and cruel? Was the capital murder especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel? This is going to, of course, require us to talk about the murders themselves. Not about the plan. I talked to you about the plan. Let's talk about the murders themselves. Let's go to scene one. You know, sometimes I say that and I get criticism from my colleagues because they say, wait, that's too cold to say scene. And you know, they're right. What I really need to say is, let's go to the home. Let's go to where Sonia and Christina were living. On that night, when Danny Rowling came in, we know that he came in and he found Christina downstairs. We know what he wanted to do. We know that he went upstairs. We know that when he went upstairs, he stood over Sonia Larson for 5 to 10 minutes. You know, premeditation is sometimes said to be, you try to look in the mind of the person who was planning. But we know he planned it. So the premeditation is kind of seen from the point of view of the killer. But you know, heinousness and cruelty, in a sense, it's a matter of whether or not the victim suffered or the victim knew of their impending death. Did the victim appreciate what was happening to them? Was there something particularly cruel about this? Let's talk about cruelty. When he stands over her mouth so she can't scream out, she can't get help, she can't warn somebody else, but she wakes up and she struggles. And we know she struggles because he doesn't to his brother when he's signing off the tape, because Sonia wakes up and she struggles for her life. How do we know that? Because of the stab wounds. They're on her hands. Those are defensive wounds. They're on her thigh. Dr. Hamilton told you about where the wounds are located. He didn't kill her once. She struggled and she knew she was in a struggle. And how do we know that? Because Benstead tells you that. His own psychiatrist, meaning Danny Rowling's psychiatrist, tell you that one of the reasons he later said that he didn't sexually mess with the girl upstairs, when he's thinking back on it, he didn't sexually mess with the girls upstairs because she was such a bloody mess after the struggle. She knew what was happening to her. She was fighting for her life. She died. That is what he left. He then goes back downstairs. The girl's hands. She's 17 years old. He gets her hands behind her back. Now we know that because remember the show how they're all cut or torn? They have to be. You can't take somebody's shirt off when you put their hands taped behind their back. Shirt will come off. Now, come on, experts, and we know from our own common sense, you got to get real close. To tear them, you got to get real close. He cuts off her clothes. He has her commit oral sex on him. And I want you to remember this for a second about Rusty Benstead. Rusty Benstead's testimony was testimony you'll have to weigh, but Rusty Benstead didn't pretend to be anything he's not. In fact, I think if he kind of proved what he really is when he's hearing this story, when Danny's later recounting about how he had Christina had to commit oral sex on him first. And Rusty says, and I find the word curious because it's probably not the actual word he used, but Rusty said, Danny, come on, man, she would have bitten off your penis. Now, I'm not sure Rusty was probably that delicate, but let me tell you what. That was a thought he was really thinking, come on, man, she wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. Not when a girl, when you've got her at knife point. You know what Danny said? was so thoroughly terrified, I wasn't worried about it. She would have done anything to stay alive. That's the testimony I have here. After the oral sex, he then rapes her. While he's raping the 17-year-old, she apparently cries out in pain, according to his later story to Benstead. You want to know about heinousness? You want to know about coldness? Bitch, take the pain. These are the experiences of Christina Powell before she died. This is Christina Powell when Danny was through it. At Krista Hoyt's scene, her home, it's not only an example of premeditation, of waiting and patience and a commitment to killing, but it's also a textbook of horror. Because we know at the first scene that Bobby Lewis tells us, and I think maybe Rusty or someone else, that he described as having kept the girl downstairs alive for a pretty long time. We know he kept her alive long enough. We know he kept Christina Powell alive long enough, according to the testimony of Dr. McMahon, that while she was laying there after he had raped her, before he killed her, he ate an apple and a banana, and then he went back to his business. But we don't know exactly how long that is. We know it was a pretty long time. But at scene 2, he defines pretty long time very accurately. We know at scene 2 what happens is Krista comes in. She's been playing tennis with a friend. Comes in the door. He's on her. He fights her. He subdues her. He takes her to the ground. He tapes her. Same scenario. He takes the knife. He cuts off her clothes. He rips off her clothes. He throws them in the floor. He lays her on the bed. Takes her, remember how the apartment's, it's not something he does right there. He's got to get her up, take her to the back bedroom, and marches her back to the back bedroom, puts her in the bed, and he plays with her. Begins to sexually toy with her, finds out she's on her period, pulls out her tampon, throws it on the floor. He rapes her. He keeps her alive for an hour, taped up, raped. An hour. Then he stabs her and kills her. He later returns to the apartment. Want to talk about what state of mind he was in? He leaves that apartment. We know that now. He comes back. He has to break in again. Why? Finds out he's lost his wallet. No panic. He goes back to the apartment, checks out the apartment, doesn't find it. Then he sends, when he's later asked about it by several people, he says, then I sent a message to Gainesville. I wanted to terrorize the community. He sent a message to Gainesville. And the medium he used was this. That was Krista Hoyt as Danny Rolling left. At scene 3, once again, it's a home. It's an apartment. It's not something cold like a crime scene. That's what we think of it now, but it was a home. At that scene, he's been watching. He goes in. He finds Manuel Taboada. Manuel's asleep. He starts out by stabbing him. You remember the first stab wound. He stabs him and stabs him, but Manuel Taboada does not go gently into that good night. He fights. He fights for his life. He fights for his roommate's life. 31 stab wounds and you lose. He cursed, he fought hard, he almost overcame, but he died. There's no doubt he knew what was happening. He was in a fight for his life, and it was described as that later. Remember Rusty's testimony and Bobby's. Man, he knew he was in a fight of his life. Danny said, man, he knew he was fighting to stay alive. That's what we know about Manuel Taboada, is that he came out of his sleep with a knife here, but he fought for his life and he fought for his roommate. He died, yes. But in terms of 31 stab wounds, in terms of knowing what was going to happen to him, in terms of being aware that his life was ebbing away in this fight, no question about it. That's just part of the wounds. That's part of the 31 wounds. Think about it. How committed do you have to be to kill somebody, to stab him 31 times? That's Manuel Taboada. As Danny Rowling rewarded him for having the misfortune of simply living somewhere where Danny wanted to rape someone. I always have to pause for a second before I talk about the coldness and the cruelty and the heinousness and the atrocity of the death of Tracy Pauls. Because, at scene one, you have to say that maybe Christina Powell, maybe to the end, had hope. I mean, because remember, the statement was she would have done anything to stay alive. Maybe she had hope. Maybe at scene two, maybe Krista had some hope of staying alive during that hour that she suffered. But Tracy Paulus, she had no hope. Because remember what happens. She comes to that crime scene. She sees what's happened to her roommate. She's been on the phone earlier. Do you remember Lisa Byers, that phone call? What did they talk about? The finding of the other bodies. She sees the man. He's got on black, but he's covered in Manuel's blood. He's got on his mask. She doesn't know his identity, but she knows one thing. She knows, you're the one. You're the one. To which he says, yeah, I'm the one. And he tapes her. Tapes her mouth, and he rapes her, and he keeps her alive what's been described as a fairly long time. We know this much. We know he came in there about 3 o'clock, and we know that when he left and he had to go out and bury the gloves because it was approaching sunup. So we know this much. He was in that apartment for a long time. That was, to me, the unkindest death of all, because she, from the moment she was captured, knew that no matter what he did, when he sodomized her by anal rape, it didn't matter. It didn't matter what he did. She knew that only one way this would end, and that was when he killed her. That's the end for Tracy Paulus. That's how Danny chose to position and lead Tracy Paulus. But the best evidence in this case of the horror of it all comes out of his mouth. When he's talking to his psychiatrist one time, do you remember this? Because I want you to think back on this testimony. He's talking about death and dying one time to his psychiatrist, and he says, and recall it specifically, Well, there's different ways you can die. And like if somebody shoots you with a gun and it's broad daylight, that's not so bad. But if somebody comes in your house at night with a knife and you know you're going to die, that's a really horrifying thing. I know. I've seen it. So if you have any questions about this being a heinous, atrocious, and cruel murder, trust Danny Rolling's recollection of it as a horrifying thing. You know, I don't show you these pictures because I'm trying to inflame you or somehow take away your good judgment. Because I'm going to tell you something. These pictures, that evidence, everything we have in this courtroom is inadequate, is impossibly short in terms of its ability to recapture or replay the real horror that happened those nights. That's what this case is about. That's what heinous, atrocious, and cruel is. It's not the quick gunshot in the daylight. It's when you make people suffer, when you torture people, when you make the last moments of their lives the worst moments of their lives. And that's how every one of these students died. On Tracy, I don't know that this is of vital importance to you. I think it concerns us all, though, that Dr. Hamilton on Tracy says that after she was stabbed, this wasn't the lung shot. She actually died it took her a while to die, but you know, I can't help but think, considering everything that was happening to her and the hopelessness of her situation, death was a respite from Danny Rolling. And why did all this happen? I mean, is it because somebody believes that they want to send a message about how bad they are? They want to send out some sort of symbol to the community. It's a symbolic gesture to the community about this is what I am. I want you to remember what Bobby said when Danny was later recalling it. He wanted to be the superstar of crime. Now, he's committed 5 murders, and I guarantee you, nobody committed worse murders than these. These are legendary murders. These aren't just murders you hear about or read about. These are murders you never forget about. So Danny has got his wish. He is the superstar of crime when it comes to what he did to these people. And Danny tells you that, and I've tried to retrace some of this. He said he felt he wanted to extract a vengeance for what he perceived as mistreatment in prison when he'd been there. Even though we now know that the conditions he described at prison, frankly, never existed, but Danny can always come up with a story. Danny said that he wanted someone to suffer because he felt that he got the short end of the stick in life. Well, maybe not. Maybe Danny just wanted to be the superstar, but whatever, it doesn't matter. There isn't an excuse. There isn't a reason. There isn't a justification. That's 5 humans tortured to death, premeditated and planned by a man with a history of crime. Nothing can outweigh that. I do want to address, though, 2 things I want you to consider to add in this balance, although it just goes to the heinousness and the coldness of his actions, and that's the death of Manuel and Sonia. Manuel Taboada and Sonia Larson were killed solely for one reason. Danny Rolling saw somebody that he wanted to rape. He needed to facilitate that. How do you facilitate that? You got to kill them. They're in the way. Now, I will admit that according to Rusty, Danny did recall the situation later. He remembers. You want to talk about what his clarity of mind at the time was? Very clear. He later recalls at scene 1 that he had made a mistake. He raped the wrong girl. When he went back upstairs, he realized when he was Danny always cleaned off the bodies, get rid of the evidence, take away the tape. He realized he had raped the wrong girl. That's what he was thinking that night. He had killed the wrong girl, raped the wrong girl. That's what he was thinking. These persons were killed, Manuel and Sonia because they were in Danny's way when Danny wanted something. What he wanted was sex. When Danny wants something, Danny gets it. Doesn't matter if it's who it hurts or what it hurts. I mean, that lifetime tells you that. I believe that there can be no question that the state has proven, beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt, 4 statutory aggravators. These 4: conviction of prior felonies, committed while he was in the course of rape or burglary. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, the murderers, and that the murders were committed in a cold, calculated, premeditated murder. I cannot imagine, I cannot think of a way that we could show you more evidence than we've produced on that. I mean, you remember, you've seen the tapes. You've seen his confession. You've heard him talking about what he's going to do. You've seen it all. There's no question that we've proven these beyond any reasonable doubt. In fact, I suspect that the defense, when they address you later today, they won't argue that we haven't proved the aggravators beyond every reasonable doubt. Because it is that clear. So we go back to the focus of the case. If we've proven the aggravators, and we've proved not 1 or 2 or 3, but 4. If we've proven those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, and we have, then, if you will, and the instruction will tell you this, they've got to come forth with mitigation that outweighs those statutory aggravators. It's got to outweigh this. That's what it's got to outweigh. It's got to outweigh this, the documented history of his life. That's what it's got to outweigh. Well, let's talk a little bit about the mitigation. In this case, the defense is going to get a single instruction on mitigation. They're going to get one. It's an instruction that says you can consider, and I'm summarizing, and I don't mean to quote the law, and the court will give you the exact instruction, and you'll have an opportunity to review it. But in summary, it says that you can consider anything in his background, record, life, that you think is appropriate, and give it what weight you think should happen here. That's the only mitigator that they're going to get as an instruction. Now, they're going to tell you that Danny Rolling came from a dysfunctional family. He did. We know that from basically everything we've seen. How bad or how dysfunctional it is, I don't think anybody knows. We're talking about years ago in a situation where people remember it very, very differently, and psychiatrists are making opinions mostly on what Danny has told them and on what other people have told them this at a point in time when they're trying to defend their son or their nephew from the death penalty. I'm not going to pretend, though, and I'm not going to argue for you that the state somehow has got the perfect picture of what happened in that house, or that house was the perfect picture. What I am going to tell you is that they haven't come up with anybody, no one, that said that there's something about coming from a dysfunctional family that mitigates or even explains the horror of what he did here, what he did to these people. This isn't about Danny Rolling. Let's not be misled on this case. This case isn't about Danny Rolling having a fight at home or shooting dad or as a young man fighting his parents or something like that. This is about Danny Rolling, a man who is of average intelligence, a certain amount of gift, who at 36 years old, after most of his adult life in prison, comes upon strangers, and simply because he wants to kill them and rape them, they die. That's how simple this is. This isn't, well, I shot my dad because he was abusing me. That's not what this case is, and they can't make it into that, much as they may try. Danny Rolling may have come from an imperfect home. A lot of people do. You know, if all of us, if anyone, if any expert, if any lawyer, if anyone wants to recall only the worst days of their lives, it's been a very dreary existence, and it was a terrible home. If, on the other hand, we only recall the very best days of our lives, it was a wonderful existence. The truth is, life is lived between those lines. It is neither as bad nor as good as we sometimes recall it. But I want to tell you a little bit, and I'm not trying, by the way, to paint dad or mom or aunt or uncle. They're not on trial here. They've lived their lives and didn't violate the law. But let's talk a little bit about this dysfunctional family. His dad tried, maybe in error, maybe wrong, but he tried to teach him right and wrong. He had a mother who they've generally described as supportive. She took him to church, maybe a church that some people say is that some of the beliefs imbued in him a belief in spirituality. When Danny was in church, he wasn't a problem. There's lots of people who go to lots of kinds of churches. They don't end up like this. They don't do that. He had a brother about a year younger. Brother doesn't remember the home life anywhere near the same as Danny does. But you know what they tell us? The defense experts tell us, well, that's because he's suppressing the real memories of what actually happened. It really wasn't like, could it be that he doesn't remember the hitting at home because it didn't happen, or it certainly didn't happen to the magnitude or to the degree that Danny remembers it? This isn't a case like, you remember Dr. Kropp testified about, Dr. Uris, an expert in sexual abuse. Do you find sexual abuse here such that it would somehow impact this case? No, this isn't a case about sexual abuse. This isn't a case, by the way, where we've got a lot of school records about Danny came to school today with a lot of marks of abuse on him. There were whipping marks. This isn't where we've got notes from the teachers saying Danny seems to be treated badly at home. None of that happened. We don't have any of that. We know this, that if his dad was so unreasonable, and at first that was their approach, but then they had to admit that, there was an incident in Danny's younger life, in his adolescence. Dr. Spray says at first that's probably not alarming. There was an instance where some neighbors were coming in complaining about Danny peeking. Well, they came in once and Dad didn't do anything about that, and another time he didn't do anything about it, and another time he didn't do anything about it, and then he caught him and then he beat him. Well, pardon me. That's pretty constrained. But you know what their answer is? Well, you mean that when he found out about that, he didn't take him down to the psychiatrist? Who did 30 years ago? They want you to say that it was so bad in that household, that it was so dysfunctional, that it was a life of horror. It might not have been that bad. Chuck Strozier went there 2 or 3 times a week for years. Now, his parents, you heard Mr. Nylon say to Mr. Strozier, did you tell what you were seeing over there? Yeah. Did he ever hit you? No. But I knew he was whipping those kids back in the back, those other kids back in the back room. But it wasn't that bad because Chuck always went back. I'm not saying it was a perfect marriage. I'm not saying it was Ozzie and Harriet. I'm not saying that Dad's perfect. He's not on trial. I'm just saying there's nothing in that family, nothing in that history that's so extraordinary, so abusive, that it even affects the scales, much less retilts them. They say that we really can't place a lot of stock in Kevin. These are the people who place a lot of stock in Danny's version of the stories. We really can't place a lot of stock in Kevin, even though he was 6 years in the military, honorably discharged, even though Kevin's adjusted to life, has kept a good job, has got a marriage, all those things. He's just suppressing his problems. The story we should really believe is Danny. Danny, the guy who tells us about parchment in a way that didn't exist. Danny, who fails to tell us that most of his stories in life, at least one of his major stories about how he was visited by spirits, came out of a movie. That's who we ought to believe. Don't believe Kevin's version. They say Kevin once said that he lived on being at home was like living in a volcano. Not a bad description for lots of homes, I'm sure, but I also think, isn't it possible that the bubbling part of that volcano was the fact that Danny was always in trouble? Isn't the part of that volcano that erupted Danny rolling regularly? I want you to remember Omather Loomis's testimony. Omather is the former wife. She hadn't seen Danny in a long time. And as ex-wives go, doesn't seem to have a whole lot of bitterness about this case. That's for you to judge, not for me. Doesn't hold a lot against Danny. Hasn't seen him in a long time. The only reason Omather Loomis was called to testify is I think she gives a whole different view about the house, what it was like. Omather tells you that when they first got married, the man who asked her, are you really sure about that? was Dad, Mr. Rowland. When groceries were short, who brought them over? Dad, Mr. Rowland. When Danny needed jobs, who gave him references? Who tried to get him to go up to work? Dad, Mr. Rowland. Oh, Mather, did you ever see anything about Dad running in the house and putting a knife to his son to get him up for work? No, that didn't happen. It's just another story concocted by people who have a reason to come up with such a story. Oh, Mather recalls for you that Dad bought Danny clothes and helped him get a car. Once again, he's not a perfect dad. He probably did a lot of things wrong too. We know he did. But it's not that black and white. Because let me ask you about this. What about Danny's recollections of some things too? Who is it recalls that Dad brought home the Christmas puppy? Who is it when later says he got a parole violation, who got him out of trouble? Dad. When he wanted to get in the Army, who signed for him even though he didn't think he ought to go? It was Dad. He may not have been a perfect dad. He may not have had a perfect mother. He didn't come from a perfect home. Lots of people don't, and they don't turn out like this because they still have the ability to do with their life what needs to be done. Danny chose not to do it. He knew right from wrong then, as a child, as a young adult, when he was a criminal before he got here, and when he was in Gainesville. And that's what this case should focus about. This isn't about what happened to little Danny. It's what a big Danny did. They talk about Dad being hostile to trying to help him. Do you remember when O'Mather said one time there was some talk about counseling, and it wasn't really about marriage counseling. I think it was about work, but Danny's dad was willing to go and to pay for it. And do you remember Bunny Mills? Bunny Mills came down here and said that, yeah, there was a time when I tried to get Danny to go to a counselor, and James Harrell said he was willing to do that. But Danny wasn't. And when Danny went in there, and you've heard those reports testified to, did he say, well, it was because my dad, I don't want my dad to hear about it? No, that's the story they've concocted. The fact of the matter is, on the documents there is, he was hostile to the psychiatrist, said he didn't need help, he didn't want his brain picked apart, and he was only there because his mother and his friends said he needed it. And he refused services. This is just a matter of Danny Rowland finding something or somebody else to blame for his shortcomings in life. I don't think that we can fault a mother for what she said 2 years ago when she thought her son was. The statement of the mother when she said back in 1979 that she would lie to protect her child. I'm not going to be judgmental.
It's very possible. People like that. My mom was like that. Like, had social media been around when my mom was alive, we would have been the family that looked like the perfect family on social media. And at home, it would have been a different story because that's the way she was. At my mother's funeral, my mom had a daycare. She ran a daycare. She didn't own it, but she ran it for this guy. And my mom was like, everybody in the community just loved my mom. My mom wasn't bad. She just was overbearing and strict and verbally abusive. But it was about appearances. And I think most people that are like this, that are like really controlling in their home life, they want the appearance of being this perfect family, on the outside. So that's probably why he was the way he was. Like, I mean, people have said that he was okay with him getting counseling, but Danny very much was like, oh no, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me if I go into counseling and say certain things. And I think Danny was probably the person that was right. he probably did know that the marriage wasn't going to last because he knows his son. But yeah, he probably was very much wanting to keep up appearances because that's the way these kind of people are. They're the people that want to control their family like that. They want everybody on the outside to think it's just a normal, happy family and everything is great. And that's why, as a kid, I got in trouble for oversharing all the time because anything I said. No, I remember one time I got in so much trouble. My mom took me to get my hair cut. Cut, perm, something. I don't know. And she left. And I remember I was just telling that we had company coming, and mom was like scrambling to get the house cleaned up or something. I mean, it was something, everybody does that. You got company, call you, like, we're coming to your house. You scramble around to make sure everything's cleaned up for your company. Everybody does that, right? But apparently I told it, and I was a kid. I told it in a funny manner, apparently, and they thought I was hilarious, so I kept talking. I was 10, 11, and then they were like, oh, she's been so funny. She's just been keeping us in stitches when mom came to pick me up, and I got in trouble. So these kind of people, they want everybody to think that they just live in a perfect little home and everything's perfect. Yeah, it is frustrating. I'm so glad we didn't have social media back then. I'm glad that that would have been rough for me. That would have been rough. Because I would have been posting the truth, and my mom, I would have been in trouble all the time. I would have been posting all this stuff, and mom would have been like, that's not true. But yeah, that's it's the control freak. It's everything has to look perfect.
About that, that's for you to weigh in your processes. All I can say is it wasn't as one-sided as they're going to try to make you believe. It wasn't that kind of.
Well, I guess control freak isn't the right word, because you can be a control freak and not be an abuser. But abusers, they want to control everyone in their family. Abuse is about power and control. It's not. Yeah, it's wanting to control everything that your family does. Like, you belong to me now, and I'm going to control that behavior. They don't just love their family for who they are. They're like, there are conditions on everything.
It wasn't as bad as how he left. You want to know what's a bad house? It's a house after Janie Rollins visited it. You're going to nothing in the evidence, nothing he from expert didn't conform his conduct. He understood the criminality of his conduct. He understood he needed to conform to the law. How do we know that? Well, I'll tell you why. Because when he got inside, he knew to clean up the evidence. How do we know that? Because when he was through, he would cleanse the body. He remembered to go back and get the tape and unstrip it. Remember that? That's because you know what you're doing is wrong. He knew when he was followed in the woods that night and the police yelled, stop, he didn't. And what was his regret about that? That he couldn't find his tent to get back to his gun because those police officers were coming back and they looked like two big neon signs. He could have got them both. So much for the idea that he was just going to kill so many people. He was in so much control that he knew to draw the drapes inside the apartment and retape them. He knew at all times how to conform his conduct. He just didn't want to. I must say, though, of all the manifestations of his ability to conform his conduct, nothing compares to that little vignette that I talked about earlier where he loses his wallet. This guy's thinking so well. He knows the law so well. He knows what to do so well. He calls the police. He calls the police and gives his wallet, Mike Kennedy's name. It's lost. It's on, man, I called in. He knew how to conform his conduct. He was conforming his conduct, but he was conforming it to how he wanted it to be and how to avoid paying the consequences for the criminality of that conduct. I want you to remember this thing: one's conduct to the law. Just because one chooses not to conform to the law. If that were the law, we'd never hold any criminals accountable. If the proof of irresistible impulse law, that's why we have standards and laws. I trust your common sense and judgment will suffice to establish that even if they come in and show you a bad background this afternoon or this morning, that it cannot approach outweighing what we've established in this case. Danny was always the consummate tactician, always the consummate planner. He always knew what he was doing. How do we know how much control he was in? I was thinking back on this. Do you remember the tape that we played that started down in Sarasota but ended in the woods up here? There's no panic in his voice. He's the same complaining person here that he was down there. He's just in his mind what he's going to do. He wanted to send the message to the community. He made up his mind how he was going to do it. Now, the defense is going to try, I think, to argue a bunch of other kinds of emotional and mental disturbances. And one, I think, that they're going to argue, although they may abandon it somewhat, but I want you to listen for it, is this possession syndrome. Now, possession syndrome, now remember, this is from the defense who in Fort Dyer said, now, we're not saying the devil made me do it. Well, as soon as the case got going, I heard something sounded awfully similar to the devil made me do it. But what they're saying is, this possession syndrome, which you know from Dr. Spray's testimony and from others, is not even currently recognized in the major textbook utilized by American mental health specialists as even existing. And we know that Danny doesn't meet even the proposed description for possession syndrome, because one of the things you have to have, as the psychologists tell us, is you have to have, while you're under this possession or this kind of trance-like state, you would normally, to meet that definition, have a certain amount of amnesia about what happened. Danny has specific recollection of what happened to the degree that he can later tell Rusty Benstead when he looks at a club magazine that he recalls that that's the same way that Tracy shaved herself. Talk about recall. There's no amnesia. He's replaying the events. So he doesn't meet the definition. But we know in reality that these are coping mechanisms, and that's what they'll probably say in the afternoon. This is just how you cope. This is how you cope. This is how you explain away the conduct that you don't like to face in yourself. It is, in fact, a complete fabrication and fiction in this case. And how do we know that? Well, first of all, we know that Danny says that on more than one occasion, and his psychiatrists admit this, he says, well, Gemini and Enad are really just aspects of my own personality. He says that. Now they're going to say, yeah, but he talked about being visited before. No, the words Gemini or Enad never came up till long after these crimes were committed. But let's talk about how reliable the information he was that he gave to his experts for this diagnosis of possession syndrome. He did tell them that he'd gone to the movies the night he stole the stuff at Walmart. He told them he'd gone to see a movie called The Exorcist Part 3. Well, they never watched the movie, and Danny didn't give them the details. But when you do watch the movie, as their psychiatrist admitted on cross-examination, you find some remarkable things. First of all, you find that the name of the demon-possessed killer is Gemini. Well, there's a real coincidence. Then you find
I wonder if the jury's going to watch the movie when they deliberate.
that Danny is Enad backwards. Then you find out in the movie that that's how the spirit communicates, by spelling his words backwards in the movie. Danny told them about this experience when he knew the spirit was coming because there was this dead bird on the sill. A motif right out of the movie. He knew the spirit was there because the street lights went out. A motif right out of the movie. Now, it's not their fault. They didn't factor that in because they didn't know it, because Danny didn't tell them. Oh, by the way, not only am I Gemini, but he was in the movie at Litchfield Theater the night before I became the killer. Now, he didn't come up with Gemini until much later when he was talking to his experts. When he was talking to Rusty Benstead, and this is a blow-up of a letter that you've already got in evidence. It's a letter to Rusty. Remember, it's in Danny's handwriting. When he's telling Rusty Benstead about the killings, and he's explaining what happened to Crystal Hoyt, you can read this whole letter, and I want you to when you get back in evidence if you think it's necessary. On the night of Christy Hoyt's murder, I, Danny Rowley, broke into her apartment. You can go through here. I waited until Miss Hoyt returned. I watched the approaches across the green lawn. It was dark, and I moved a bookcase to her bedroom. She turned just as I grabbed her. Afterwards, I turned her on her back and stabbed her once over the heart through the back on the right side. I then turned her over on her back. Gemini's name doesn't come up there because you know what? Rusty Benstead wouldn't believe such a story. This story comes up when you're talking to a psychiatrist after you've been accused of 5 murders. It may have been Gemini in the story he gave to Dr. McMahon, and it may have been Enad in January in the story he gave to Dr. Kropp. But it was Danny Rowling in August who went in there and committed these crimes. Don't you be misled by some voodoo defense on that subject. When he was confronted by Tracy and said, "You're the one, aren't you?" He didn't say, "No, it's Gemini or it's Enad." He said, "Yeah, I'm the one." I feel like I need to address it because I think because I don't really blame the defense in this area. They're not going to want to talk parts. Even Danny's told several times that he killed because of his experiences when he wanted revenge for how they treated him there. They're not going to talk a lot about that. I don't blame them, because it wouldn't be a very good argument to say that the reason I killed was because I was put in prison, and what I think you ought to do is to put me back in prison. That wouldn't be a very logical argument, so I'm sure they'll sway away from that. But I also want to talk about the circumstances of Parchment. He told how he lived in sewage, and he had to stand in raw sewage and waste. You have stacks of evidence back there of what Parchment was like. You have a witness, an unrebutted witness, about what Parchment was like, and it doesn't support any such story. Danny has always got something to blame it on. He blames some of his robberies on the breakup of his divorce. He blames his killings on Parchment. He'll come up with a story. You know, he normally confesses, but he always confesses with a story to blame something, to blame his crime upon. Danny simply fabricated this experience like he fabricated many other experiences to explain his conduct. He is, by their own statements, creative and manipulative, and I submit to you he's at his creative and manipulative best when he's telling stories to psychiatrists who are about to evaluate him. They talk about his suicide experiences. Remember that? That's one of the things they talk about. He's shown a lot of suicide. He said he tried to commit suicide when O'Mather was about to leave. So O'Mather's recollection is a little different. O'Mather said, yeah, there was a shotgun. I remember that. And yes, it was pointed, but it was pointed at me. Danny didn't point it at himself. Danny Rowling told some psychiatrists that they rely on the reports from Chattahoochee that he was up there because he tried to commit suicide. He hadn't. He faked it. We know that from Bobby and Danny. We know that from Rusty. It was a fake suicide attempt. Danny Rowling, the mastermind that could carry out all this, wants us to believe at one time he was going to commit suicide, but he couldn't hit a tree because of a ditch. That's silliness. Most of what they place their defense on is Danny Rowling's recollection of what he says his life was like, notwithstanding the fact that it's very rarely supported by objective evidence. You heard the experts tell us, and it only makes common sense, that to make a correct diagnosis or to really understand what's working on someone, you need to have at least an idea of either A, they're telling you the truth, or B, that is at least their perception of the truth, Danny frequently tells you a pure fabrication. The defense has tried to steer clear of Danny's admissions of his willingness to kill. I mean, we talked about he was willing to kill the officers. He has talked about the reasons that he killed being his motivation for all the misery in his life. He wanted revenge because his life had not gone well for the way that he had suffered. He felt like others needed to suffer like he did. They're going to say that, well, that's, you need to understand that Danny's immature. These are not the crimes of an immature individual. These are rapes. These are murders. They will say that, well, one of the things you need to understand is Danny's a voyeur. And I'll be honest with you, voyeur used to be a crime. To hear the defense, you would think it's now become a mitigation. But it wasn't an uncontrolled voyeurism. He didn't go out there in the day when the police were looking. He went when he wanted to see something that sexually turned him on. It was what he liked to do. But I want to tell you something. Voyeurism has nothing to do with this case. If you go in the woods and you got binoculars and you watch the birds, you're a bird watcher. If you got a gun and a knife, you're a hunter. When Danny went that night, he wasn't equipped to look. He was equipped to kill. And that's what he did. This isn't about voyeurism or the fact that he's had a compulsion all his life to look at women. They said, well, that was because he always wanted to go and see a home that he never had for himself. Yeah, but he continually picked one that had a woman in it and one he liked to look at. Danny always does what Danny wants to do. And in the final analysis, I think the defense is going to argue loudly. They're going to say, there's this borderline personality disorder or this antisocial personality, and Danny has a personality disorder. So what? Lots of people do. They don't become brutal killers. Lots of people have lots of personality disorders. They don't end up like this. Every psychiatrist, whether they call them or we do, said, that's true. Yes, you understand what you're doing. No, there's nothing about the disorder that prevents you from understanding the criminality of your conduct. Yes, you know what you're doing. Yes, you can make choices. They're going to say, we don't choose. You watch this argument come down. Danny didn't choose to have the personality disorder. Danny didn't choose to have an antisocial personality or to be histrionic or to be narcissistic or whatever. He didn't choose that. He didn't choose, none of us do. We don't choose our parents. We don't choose our genetics. We know that. The question that counts here is, did he have the capacity, given the personality that he had, given the disorder that he had, given the features that he had, did he have the capacity to make choices? Everyone said yes. Of course he did. This case is not about the choices Danny could not make or could not control. It's the choices he did make and he did control. Could he have chosen when he stood over Sonia for 5 minutes to leave? Yes, he didn't. Could he have chosen not to kill the others? Yes, he didn't. There was nothing in him. There's not one iota of evidence to suggest that Danny Rowland did not have the capacity to avoid doing what he did here. And they're going to say, you shouldn't execute Danny Rowland. You shouldn't recommend a penalty of that magnitude because he didn't choose to be what he is. He came from bad circumstances. We know that every one of those answers has 1,000 counter answers that says, that doesn't answer it. That doesn't explain it. That's not enough to explain this. Over the next few hours, you will hear the defense probably try to convince you that you are the executioners. Well, you're not. You're not even the judges. You're the jury. You judge the facts and you make an honest recommendation. You're not expected to do more. You're not permitted to do less. The defense is obviously going to try to humanize, as they should, Danny Rowland for you. I mean, they want you to see a picture of a man sitting there in a suit and a tie and his glasses on and off. That's the picture they want you to see. They don't want you to see a picture of a man wearing this, dressed like this. And you know why he chose black? Now, all of us would have logically said because you're at night and it's dark, and when it's night and it's dark and you go out there that makes it harder for you to see. But that wasn't what Danny said, was it? Because blood dries dark. Danny knew when he put on his clothes those nights he was going to have human blood on them. But it didn't matter to Danny. He'd already planned for it. The blood would dry dark and not show up. They don't want you to see them like that. They don't want you to see them with gloves on and a mask on, carrying a knife and a gun and a pouch with tools to break in and commit murder. They want to be very sterilized for the next few hours. And we're looking at a gentleman in a laser.
Why is it the wrong time? I don't understand. It's closing arguments. Okay. Answer me when you get a chance. Why is it the wrong time?
They never got to see him dressed that way. The defense will argue so eloquently this afternoon, I'm sure, that that the pronouncement of more years in prison is sufficient. I mean, we know how many he's got, and that giving him more years will be a sufficient punishment for the.
Oh, okay. Yeah. At the beginning, he started out talking about the aggravating factors, or whatever it's called, that apply to the death penalty. Now he's just talking about the crimes themselves. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, he started off talking about the death penalty part of it, like why they should recommend the death penalty. And now he's just talking about the crimes. Did you see the lady in the front row? I think she has red hair in the front row of the jury. Every time he showed a picture, a crime scene picture, she wouldn't look. She'd do this. And I cried. I cried during opening statements, the state's opening statement, and I cried during the state's closing argument, which shocked me. I did handle this better than I thought I was going to, though. I got mad in a couple places. Blew out Flash Fan's eardrums because he was wearing headphones or earbuds or something, and I got a little loud. But I've handled it better than I thought I was going to.
These cases, it's easy to be lured into that. That might be an easy answer, but it wouldn't be a right recommendation. It wouldn't be a correct carrying out of your responsibilities to weigh these aggravators against what kind of background mitigation they suggest. The defense will ask they will make compelling arguments. I don't get to speak to you again when I'm through with this. It's their turn. And of course, that always scares lawyers because they feel like they have to have the last word. You've probably watched enough of that over the last few days. But the fact of the matter is that they're going to make a lot of arguments, and all these arguments will be eloquent and they will be well done, and they will certainly bring out all the reasons that life might be spared. But I assure you, there were good arguments that could have been made, but nobody can argue well for life. You will never hear arguments that could be made by people whose mouths were taped with duct tape as they met their death. The strategy of the defense will inevitably be.
I think he overreaches a lot. Like, he uses a lot of absolutes and assumptions. I feel like he just overreaches a lot. Like, overconfident about stuff, I guess. That he shouldn't be so overconfident about. Like he said something earlier about the defense couldn't get up here and argue something. I don't remember what it was exactly. And I remember I should have said something at the time, but I remember thinking, yeah, I don't think that's right. I think they're going to be able to get up and argue exactly the opposite of what you said they couldn't argue. I kind of cringe every once in a while when he does that. He does it every so often. I'm like, I don't think that's going to work out for you like you think it is, Rod.
For a moment, make you believe, as jurors, that the decision here is solely yours for life or death. It's not. Yours is a recommendation and made to the judge. The judge will give it great weight and make the decision he believes is appropriate. They will try to magnify the importance of the choices here. Let me tell you something. We're not here about choices that you made. We're not here because of choices that were made by any of the participants. There's only one person who made choices that got us here today. That's Danny Rowling. We're not here. Danny Rowling doesn't face the recommendation of the death penalty because of you. He doesn't face it because of the court. He doesn't face it because of me. He doesn't face it because of Mr. Kearns. He faces it because the law says there are crimes that are so heinous. There are crimes that meet a criteria require under the law a recommendation of the death penalty. I cannot imagine if these crimes, if this does not justify the death penalty, it defies imagination what kind of crimes would have to exist to justify such a recommendation. I want you to honestly make weighing effort this afternoon, and when you weigh this on your scales of justice. Weigh what he did to Sonia and how she struggled. Weigh how Christine was willing to do anything to stay alive, but it wasn't enough. Weigh how he chose to use Krista Hoyt as his personal medium to send his message of terror. Weigh how Manuel fought for his life and lost. And weigh what Tracy must have suffered through, and weigh that in the scales of justice against Danny's background. If you weigh all this, all the mitigation they can suggest, all the horrible stories concocted of these childhoods that they can come up with, if you weigh it all and give it weight, it nowhere near approaches these 5 murders. Your oath has been taken and recorded. You must do your duty. This isn't about whether or not you think the law ought to be one way or another. It's very simple. You've got the evidence. You've got the piles of evidence. You've heard the evidence. During opening, Mr. Kearns told you that Danny Rowling wrote his epitaph in the bathroom window in lipstick when he was a boy. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rowling wrote his epitaph in the blood of those 5 students in Gainesville. August of 1990 seems a long time ago sometimes. And it was the time when Sonia and Krista, Manuel and Tracy were all horribly murdered. Today is the day that you've got to recommend the appropriate, and I submit to you, the only recommendation that is commensurate, that is equivalent to the dimensions of these crimes. I am confident that each of you will do your duties, that you will follow the instructions of the law. I know that you know the correct recommendation in these cases. I know that when you return your recommendation, you're probably going to, as you sit here, you think of it as a difficult time. But I also know it will be a time that you will realize that your duty was thrust upon you. You met it. You performed it with distinction and courage and honesty. You be true to yourselves and your oaths as jurors, and this case is clear. The tilt of the scales is so abundantly evident, there's no question. Danny Rowling has 4 statutory aggravators They weigh heavily in every instance. His crimes, his life, the planning, and the horror he inflicted weigh heavily. They've got to outweigh that. They cannot do it, I submit. And for that, you must return a recommendation of the death penalty for the murder in first degree of Sonia Larson, for the murder in the first degree of Christina Powell, for the murder in the first degree of Krista Hoyt, for the murder in the first degree of Manuel Taboda, for the murder in the first degree of Tracy Paulus, and for all he did to them. That's the appropriate recommendation. When I reach this point in an argument, I'm always concerned because I have mixed emotions. I always feel like, was there something I need to run over and say, is there something else I should have said? Was there some other piece of evidence I should have pointed out? Was there some document I forgot to look at? But I can assure you that my fear of having done that is outweighed by my confidence of your ability to look back over what you've seen, what you've heard, what we have, and do your duty. You know, there was a poem Danny Rowling finished with one time. Remember the Gemini poem they gave to Rusty Benstead? You read it when you get back there if you want to. And in that poem, you're going to find that Danny Rowling talks about himself in an autobiographical fashion when he's remembering these murders and what he committed. And he says, it was a nightmare come to life. And I'm telling you now that when you return, that's when the nightmare will finally end. Thank you.
I know it's been a long, arduous, difficult task for all of you during the course of the trial, and certainly mentally a tiring process. Jury duty usually is, more so in this type of case. Very tough to deal with in these types of situations. Emotions of anger, emotions of hate, feelings of vengeance. These are all negative feelings. The principle that I talked about in jury selection, the principle of an eye for an eye. And I cautioned you all about that. The reason I cautioned you about it is I'm mindful of a story I once heard. And it dealt with the Reverend Martin Luther King. And an individual came up to Dr. King and talked to him about his belief in the principle of an eye for an eye. The concept of vengeance. And they said, who is familiar with Scripture, Old Testament verse, what do you think about this principle of an eye for an eye? And he looked at the person and he said, the problem with the concept of an eye for an eye is that the point being that these negative emotions really serve no purpose. Would succumb to that. But certainly this is an emotional situation. And when emotions become very high, very intense, they can cloud reasoning processes. And that's what the concern is. Certainly this is the type of situation that generates a lot of emotional feeling called upon to render a reasoned decision, a weighing decision. Weighing decision. Before we go into the mitigating circumstances themselves, I'd like to speak with you a little bit about certain instructions of law that the court is going to. Now, in capital cases or capital sentencing proceedings, the areas of law can be somewhat complicated because this is not like a trial. This is a sentencing proceeding, so there's a different standard, different set of guidelines and rules. You have what are called aggravating and mitigating circumstances. We're not dealing here with guilt or innocence principles. We're dealing with mitigation and aggravation. First of all, the state presents aggravation. You have to understand that by law, only those factors given to you by the court in aggravation are the factors that you can consider. No other factor or aspect than that given to you by the court can be considered in aggravation in this case, in your judgment and reasoning. Only those given to you by the court. Mitigating circumstances of the uniqueness of individuals because of the diversity with which, unfortunately, homicides can occur, there is an aggravation. So that we have a broad character of mitigation. Any aspect of or any aspect of the offense. So we have a wide range that we can look at in ascertaining whether or not there are mitigating circumstances in this case. Also, above and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, each and every one of those factors must meet that legal standard. Same standard as guilt in a criminal case. That high burden. Mitigating circumstances are shown if you have a reasonable belief or are reasonably convinced that they exist, then they go into the weighing equation. So there's a totally different level of burden of proof ascertaining whether aggravating factors exist and mitigating factors exist. And it is only the most mitigated upsides that warrant death. There's been some discussion about you deliver to the court a recommendation. And as Judge Morris has told you, this is a recommendation that he gives great weight to. And it is only on the rarest circumstances that any court would discard a recommendation given. I mean, it would be unfair to make you sit through this type of process and expose you to this type of mental and emotional work and have you render a verdict to this court and then say, oh, well, it really doesn't count for anything. Please understand something, well, it doesn't make any difference what I do because the judge will do whatever. That's not what's happening at all. Recommendation of life and a recommendation of death. And in cases of this nature, people say, well, you know, imprisonment is not really a punishment. Life in this case is 125 years. The court
Sorry, guys.
reasonable person here who does not believe that that sentence, if it is likely going to run consecutive, not going to run consecutive. That's almost a given. It's punishment because life without hope. It is the absence of hope, which equals despair, that is the punishment. No hope. Mr. Rowling is going to die in a small room behind a brick wall covered with concertina wire with a life sentence. That's going to happen. It's going to die in that prison with the life sentence. Let me start looking now and addressing some of the mitigating circumstances. First one I want to talk about is going to be the physical abuse, which comes under our background criteria. Physical abuse. The state has said, well, I'm sure Mr. Kearns, the state set up a lot of straw men that they could knock down in their statement. I almost felt like, gee, I don't even have to come up and give an opening statement. Mr. Smith is giving it for me. Hardly. Let me talk about the physical abuse. First of all, the state setting up their straw man and then knocking it down said, well, there's no real evidence that any of this really existed because all we're getting it from is from family members. Well, wait a minute, let's stop. Family members. Who knows more about us than our family? No. If we are in times of crisis, who do we turn to? Members of our family. So who would be the most accurate historians of what was going on in our lives? Our family. That's why we look to the family to give us information concerning background. If I asked anybody here who I could find out the most about them, oh, my father, my mother, my brother, that's naturally who you would talk to. So that's naturally who we go to. So from family members, what do we ascertain? Well, first of all, we need to break up Mr. Rowling's life as far as the physical abuse is concerned into probably 4 different categories. And the first one is probably a little unusual because it's the time when he is in utero. In other words, his mother is pregnant with him. Because even at that point, there is conflict going on. The mother stated that she was choked, that she was knocked down a flight of stairs, and that she eventually left Mr. Rowling because of her fear and concern he would be sleeping with the knife under the pillow. Knives seem to run in this family. So there's an awful lot of terror being generated simply while his mother is carrying him. I need to address this issue right now because Mr. Smith brought it up. The mother. Dr. Spray in his testimony said something, well, the mother doesn't tell the truth or the mother's lying. Whoa! He said, you want me to show you where that is? I said, yes, show me where that is. Well, when we started looking, What we found out was that that was something taken grossly out of context from the records at Bryce Mental Hospital. And then when he was confronted with the fact that that was taken out of context, and that what Mrs. Rowling was saying is that she was trying to protect her children from the abuse so she would not tell the father everything that was going on. Well, when we find out, well, you know, I guess that, you know, well, I got that from Dr. Kropp. He went from his interview with the mother. Well, stop. Dr. Kropp never talked to Mrs. Rowling. Making an assumption that was incorrect about the mother, and then tried to shove that off on one of the psychiatrists or line. Let's move on. Danny Harold Rowling is born. We'll talk more about the day of his birth when we talk about the emotional abuse. In his infancy, we have at least two accounts of where there is an improper conduct dealing with kicking. Mr. Rowling's first experience in life seemed to have been a soccer ball. He's going to be kicked quite often in life. He starts out that way. The family also talks about his adolescence, where the father would grab him, threaten him, hit him, strike him. There's some indications of tying and handcuffing. This becomes important. Apparently, from the testimony of Chuck Strozier, when the father would come home, there would have to be silence. There would have to be no activity. And one of the ways you prevent activity is to restrain. So Mr. Rowling restrained he and his brother. Handcuffs, tying. Testimony of Miss Mitchell. In his teenage years, we hear more information, once again, from Chuck Strozier, a cousin. And Mr. Strozier operates not only as a peer, but a family member. Remember the closeness of their age, so they're going to be close friends. So he sees it both as friend and as family member. There's an incident where we get a description of the severity of the striking when the mother talks about the fact that his brother Kevin, on one occasion, being 14 years of age, was struck and beaten to the point where he lost control and urinated on himself. Now that's a healthy beating on a 14-year-old to cause them to wet themselves in the course of it. That's severe. And then the mother says, Danny got this all the time. There are other indications of beating, dealing with striking with the police belt. I won't even go into the significance of being struck with the police belt. But at one point, Chuck Strozier, and Chuck said, I never saw it. I heard the popping of the belt. I heard the crying in the room. I saw the welts, but I didn't see it. So I guess that means it did not happen. Mr. Smith would say, well, there were no records of this from the school or thing. You struck across the stomach. That's why you put a shirt over it. We're going to talk about more about reporting in a little bit when we go over some of the other testimonies. Report card day, another big event. Recall how Mrs. Rowling said that report card day was one of those big dreads in the Rowling home. Because if you had a bad grade, that equated into being struck. Well, what we find out years later, Dr. Marin, one of these psychologists called by the state, said, Mr. Rowling, in his opinion, has a learning disability. Learning disability, and I asked him specifically, would that cause problems scholastically? In other words, you go to school, you have a learning ability. You may have the intelligence, but there may be a problem with your ability to take tests. So that may show up scholastically. And of course, Dr. Marin said yes. Okay, so now we take this information and we now go back in time with it, and we learn that Mr. Rowling, Danny, would have bad grades. And as a result of the bad grades, would get struck. And now we find out that one of the possible explanations for the bad grades was what? He had a learning disability. So he's in a catch-22 because he's always going to be bringing these report cards home. That's at least 4 times a year, probably 6 now. So that's at least 4 to 6 types of beatings he's going to look forward to every year. And he knows one day is coming. So not only is there the anticipation, but there's the dread over a long period of time that this type of activity is something in his future. We heard about, and I talked about it, an opening where upon trying to get a job at a Dairy Queen, this was something that argument, his father in swinging at him put his fist through a window. But I just can't make it. Now, that's a statement by a boy 15 and 16 years of age. At 15 and 16, it's a problem for him. Life is something that he is having a difficult time dealing with. There's already evidence of major problems going on here. Another incident was recounted by Bernadine Holder, who's lived across the street for 25 years. She's also in another position to have observed what's going on in this family and the dynamics of what's happening. And she calls Mrs. Rowling because she's actually calling on the phone and looking out, not like, you know, you're spanking someone or you're grabbing someone. He's beating them so hard she thought he was going to kill him. And she calls the mother, Claudia, get over here. I think he's going to. The description gives us the intensity of what's happening to Mr. Rowling. So we're going now from birth up to about 14, and we're seeing a pretty consistent pattern. Since Ron knew of an incident where his father was chasing him with a revolver, this is when he's in his 20s, mid-20s. And the father is chasing him with a revolver, and she takes the children from to another house, and then goes over to confront Mr. Rowling while he has the gun. Again, the abuse goes up along farther in time than beyond simply the juvenile and teenage years. Once again, during these teenage years, we see indications of at least one encounter with the by Chuck Strozier about the use of boxing. Apparently there's quite a bit going on with the boxing. He says the father would be the individual orchestrating these boxing matches, and we asked him, how did he feel about it? I was scared. I was frightened with what was happening in the boxing matches orchestrated by the father with the boys. People are getting hurt here. That's why he's scared. We seem to have quite a history of physical abuse. And I know the issue was raised, well, you know, I saw nothing in the school records. Whoa, okay, so there's nothing in the school records. Let's back up. Mrs. Mitchell, in her deposition, said on two separate occasions, she went to see, I hope I pronounced the man's name right, Mr. Duartois. I don't have the French pronunciation, but it's Dartois, something of that nature, who was the police chief in Shreveport at this time. And on 2 occasions, she went to him to complain about what was happening in the Rowling home. And at that time, not surprisingly, it's a family situation. It'll resolve itself. If it's bad, see a lawyer. I mean, this is 19 report. The idea and the concepts that we have now concerning physical abuse to women, physical abuse to children, these are topics that generate a lot of emotion now. We're very concerned about them now. And it has been this way for the last 10 to 15 years. But I'm talking about 20, 25 years ago. The other problem is Mr. Rowling works for the police department. Another complicating factor in going to the police to report what has happened. Would not happen today. Would not happen today. But I'm talking about 30 years ago. Agnes Mitchell also said in the course of her deposition that on one occasion she wanted to call the Department of Welfare for the state of Louisiana, but Claudia, the mother, stopped her from doing it. And obviously Miss Mitchell, probably unfortunately so, probably regrets it now, did not make the call. And I can understand why. I'm sure you can. This is a family, but at the same time, there's a fine line of being protective and being intrusive. Also, Bernadine Holder in her testimony station to report abuse. So we have not only the evidence that it existed, but also we have some evidence to indicate that someone was concerned enough about it to make a report of it. Beat or strike your children. What would the answer be? Well, first of all, I'd say it's wrong. And I'm not talking about, obviously, I mean, I've had my rear end when I was little, popped by my father. Okay. And I've got children of my own too, and they can be frustrating at times, although I try to control myself. But it's not uncommon when they're little toddlers to say, no, don't do that, you're going to get yourself hurt, little splat on the rear end. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why don't we go up and backhand someone? Why don't we do that? Well, one, we know it's wrong. Inside, we know it's wrong. It's morally wrong. But the other reason we don't do that is because we know instinctively that this is going to have a harmful effect on the child. You know, inside, you know that you don't do this, that this will have long-term repercussions if I keep hitting and hitting and hitting and hitting. You know it's wrong. You don't have to have a psychiatrist or a psychologist tell you that. You don't. You instinctively know. You instinctively know it as a parent, or you should. Some people don't. We'll talk about why some people don't. But there's an old adage that I use in opening statement. As the twig is bent, so goes the tree. Man, that expression's been around for years. Okay? Twig is bent, so grows the tree. If a child, the twig, is crushed and beaten,
He's blaming Danny Rolling's behavior all on his dad. Sure. Whatever.
I mean, Benjamin Franklin, 1700s, knew that principle. We didn't need psychiatry to come along and tell that to us. We already knew that. So there's nothing surprising here about why the tree is bent. And speaking of physical abuse and the extent of it, it's difficult for me to convey to you the severity of what's happening here. I don't have any pictures. I don't have any videos. I can't show you what Danny Harold Rolling's life is like at the age of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Why your clothing's 2 hours?
Those are the ages he spent at that house. I can't show you any of that. I can't show you the 9,205 days he spent in that home. It's a long time to live with what he lived with. Now that I've said that, I want to bring up another topic. There's a principle of science that goes, for every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. I'm sure you're all familiar. Principle of physics.
Watch out, Christian. I'll put the mic over there. What the fudge? That's physics. It has nothing to do with abuse.
Well, you had an opportunity to see the reaction of what happened in Gainesville in August 1990. That's the reaction. Horrible. We're getting around it. Horrible. My question to you is can you now envision the action that took place in Danny Harold Rolling's life that would then cause that reaction in Gainesville in 1990? Equal action. To give you an idea, Dr. McMahon in her testimony spent approximately 30 hours with Mr. Rolling. And she said at one point, it was very interesting, almost frightening. She said at least one occasion, she had an opportunity in talking to him to open up that little door in his mind. And what she saw was, it was like standing on the edge of a chasm and looking down into bottomless rage. Frightening. That had to come from somewhere. Where does it come from? Mr. Smith, in opening statement and in closing, said the most infamous words spoken in Gainesville, "Got to go, there's something I've got to do." What were the words said just prior to those words? Because that's important. What is triggering this? That's exactly what was said before those words. Hope you recall it and the tone, because I will not do justice to it when I read it. The tone in which it was said. "Well, you know, Pop, I don't think you was ever really concerned about the way I felt anyway." "Nope, I really don't. You never would take the time to listen to me. Never cared about what I thought or felt. I never had a daddy." It's an unusual expression for a 40-year-old man, the immaturity showing. "I never had a daddy that I could go to and confide in with my problems. Oh, you just pushed me away at a young age, Pop. I guess you and we both missed out on a lot. I wanted to make you proud of me. I let you down. I'm sorry for that." That tape wasn't prepared for anybody. It wasn't prepared for the state. It wasn't prepared for the defense. It was found at a campsite. It wasn't supposed to have been found at all. But you listen to that tape, because on that tape, you get to hear not only what Mr. Rolling says, but how he says it. And you get a pretty clear inclination, because there's no one from the Department of Corrections there, and no one you can say associating with the defense there. That's a pretty free from any influence type of statement on Mr. Rolling's part. And if you listen to it, if you listen to what he's saying and how he's saying it, you can get some glimpse into how disturbed Mr. Rolling really is and how he got that way.
One of my favorite supplements is quinol turmeric. Turmeric
A lot of this will overlap with the physical. Emotional abuse. The first area deals with what the dinner arrangement's like at the Rolling home. Once again, during one of the periods of separation, Mrs. Rolling had moved in with her sister, Miss Agnes Mitchell, and Miss Mitchell, in her statement, talked about the fact that she would have to feed the children first, because the children become so nervous, so concerned at the dinner table that they would spill their food, that they were having problems. So this nervousness at dinner times was something that was a problem, and it was being generated because of fear. So the emotional abuse. Second area that we can see that's clearly emotional abuse is, recall that Mr. Rowling was retained in the 3rd grade. Once again, we now find out years later there's likely to be a learning disability that is going to be one of the primary causes for this. But that at this point isn't even important. He's retained in the 3rd grade, and it is the reaction by his father to his retention that is of significance. How did the mother describe the father's reaction to their son being retained in 3rd grade? You're stupid, failure. You're now going to be in class with your baby brother. Well, that's devastating to a child, to belittle them like that. And then when we find out, more than likely, because of the learning disability, he probably was working as best as he could anyway. That's emotional abuse. I already talked about the anticipation of waiting for the report card. The anticipation is also an emotional experience. One of the other areas that Chuck Strozier talked about was the fact that the reason that the strikings, would occur were unpredictable. It was the uncertainty of when the striking would occur that caused probably the greatest amount of anxiety rather than the actual striking. It was not knowing when it was going to happen. And the reasons behind when it was going to happen had no rhyme or reason. So out of the blue, you could be struck. And at one point, the mother talks about Danny, and this is unusual, that Danny almost came to. What was her statement? She said of Danny, if he was not going to hit me, if he was not going to hug me, then hit me. At least you acknowledge my existence. That's how bad it got. I'll take the hitting. At least you know I'm alive. One of the other emotional factors that would come in under abuse is Danny and his brother are in a home where they have to observe their mother being demeaned by the father. That's discouraging to a child. That empties a child seeing a loved one, particularly your mother, having to endure and go through that. That's heartening. He talked also about the fact of being sent to the detention shelter. Came home at 16 drunk. Now, I'm not saying action should not have been taken. Obviously, if it was my son and he came home at 16, I would be concerned about it and I would want to do something about it. Any concerned parent would. It's the manner, it's the extreme with which Mr. Rowling deals with it that becomes the emotional problem. He's taken to the shelter and he's left there for 2 weeks. No contact. No contact. That's the emotional problem that's coming up. It's one thing to discipline for inappropriate contact. That's fine. Acceptance. That is the problem here that generates the emotional abuse. One of the experiences that Mr. Rowling, in talking to the doctors, remembered most vividly and was most disturbing to him was the incident that was given by both the mother, Bernadine Holder, and by Mrs. Mitchell, where Claudia Rowling literally has the complete physical and emotional breakdown in the bathroom. She just goes under. She can't take it anymore. Danny's about 13 or 14, and she just, boom, she hits the floor. Everyone comes running. And remember the description? There are the boys holding the picture of Jesus. Mommy, all right. That's a tough experience for a child to go through. That's rough. One more little straw on the camel's back. Probably, and this is simply my opinion, you may not share it, probably the most devastating area of emotional abuse is this constant leaving and returning. Remember that the separations were about 15 to 20 during the course of the marriage. So what would happen is that there would be turmoil in the home. Mrs. Rowling would leave, and she would always take her children. Mrs. Rowling would leave the children. Haven, safety. Okay, things are fine. What happens? We return to the turmoil. We return to abuse. And then we leave again. We go over safety. Safety, turmoil, safety, turmoil, safety, turmoil. All their childhood life, they go to these extremes. You never know what's going to happen, when it's going to happen. That can be devastating. Just to give you an idea about the emotional abuse continuing, and it's a minor incident, and I will agree to it. It's interesting to see that Mr. Carlisle, who was Mr. Rowland's attorney in Mississippi, in trying to make contact with the family, and all Mr. Carlisle was doing was any other thing. We had all done the same thing. I'd have done the same thing. You know, it's a matter of simple courtesy to call up a family, you know. I'm sure any of us, if we had a family member, a son, a daughter, something, and they've been arrested, you don't like it. Obviously, you don't like it. Okay. But at least you have enough concern that I want to know where the person is, and I want to know if at least they're safe. Typical parental concern. Mr. Carlisle only doing his job. Calls up and boom, wham. He gets lambasted for doing his job. All it ever did was confirm in Mr. Carlisle's mind that the accounts generated by Mr. Rowling about his relationship with his father were in fact true. Once again, a documentation concerning the emotional abuse that had existed. We talked about the fact that Danny had the physical abuse even while in utero, and I said we would talk about his day of birth. We do this under the emotional abuse. If you recall Agnes Mitchell's account of Mr. Rowling's first viewing of his son, less than spectacular. I mean, it seemed that as soon as Danny Rowling was born, there was going to be an animosity between Danny and his father. His characterizations of how he felt were simply totally inappropriate. And you can say, well, Danny didn't hear that. No, but it gives you a pretty good idea of what the rest of Danny's life was going to be like if that's the way we started off. Another area of the emotional abuse that happened, this is not a commission, this is an omission in the Rowling life. Mrs. Rowling in her tape said, no manifestations of affection were tolerated in the home. It was improper. I mean, other affection towards a son. And affection towards men, I guess, were not considered to be manly. Okay? So they were not tolerated in the home. So there was this absence of affection. And certainly, you know, you don't have to be a psychiatrist, but affection is something we like to have. We like to have that type of work. We like to have someone pat us on the back. We like to have someone, you know? I don't care how old you are, you like mom. And if you're a male, particularly at least you're doing okay. I do love you. It feels good. But to me. There were some comments about Mr. Rowling's attitudes towards the concept of love in general. We don't need to go into it. You heard the testimony. One of the other areas of emotional abuse, both Mother and Bunny Mills talked about how Danny would talk about the driving lessons, the infamous driving lessons. Mrs. Rowling said that the boys were small and they had problems. Bunny Mills talks about Danny at one of his times when that was one of his smothering spells and he'd be crying at her house, talking about one of the things that he remembered about the relationship with his father was having a driving lesson. And it was so anxious for him, so difficult for him, that he wet his pants. Wait a minute. What is there about this man that causes his sons so much that's embarrassment? I mean, you're a teenage boy, that's embarrassing to you. And something of this nature is happening that causes you to do that? This is our second incident of it. That's trauma. One of the other areas of emotional abuse, and it was touched on by Dr. Kropp. Dr. Kropp who specializes in certain sexual disturbances. And he specifically asked me about any type of sexual abuse. And Danny was reluctant, and understandably so, family member, this type of activity. But no matter how much you minimize it, that's still one of the factors that weighs on you being sexually abused as a child. I mean, we can minimize it all you want, but it's something you think about. It's a problem. One more straw on that old camel's back. Dysfunctional family, and these three all pretty much run together. Even the state concedes this is a dysfunctional family. The mother being basically verbally, if not physically abused. The separations and reconciliations, that clearly falls under dysfunctional family. The suicide attempt. At one point, when Danny's talking about what it was, and I think he says this to Dr. McMahon, what would happen, let me see if I get it right. What would happen, or what would have prevented this in Gainesville? And she said immediately, his response was, if my mother left my father. I mean, he didn't even think about that. It's almost like he was giving the responses on the exams. She was giving the psychological exam. If my mother had left my father. Well, that's the dysfunctional family. Certainly the opportunities were there. It happened, but there was always reconciliation or reunion afterwards. I think the biggest example we have of a dysfunctional family is several months before Gainesville, there's a shootout in the Rolling home between Danny and his father. Who gets the gun first? His father. Who fires first? His father. I mean, this is going on in a kitchen and a driveway. How dysfunctional of a family can you be when the father and the son are engaging in a gunfight in the middle of the day in the house? That's a dysfunctional family. We probably don't have to go any more on that. But what do we learn from these as we bring in the doctors? I asked Dr. McMahon, what would have a greater effect on an individual, physical or emotional abuse? And clearly, in fact, I'm using Dr. McMahon's because I have her transcript in front of me. But clearly, this was the response given by just about all the mental health people. Emotional abuse. It's found to have the greatest destruction of the core of a person. Being told by a parent, I hate you, I wish you'd never been born, you're not mine, you're stupid, you're no good, you'll never amount to anything. Threatening, these things destroy the very core of a child. I then ask, what effect does this type of abuse have on a child? What are the long-term effects on this individual as he matures? Because this is important. I mean, it's one thing to have this happen, but what are the results of this? I mean, what's the dynamic going on here? Where is this going? What's going to happen to this person as a result of this? Well, they become paranoid. They have a sense of distrust. And that's obvious because the people that they turn to for help have been the ones who have in turn hurt them. So they become distrustful. They grow up lacking social skills, and certainly they have problems in any type of close relationships with any other people. They oftentimes themselves become abusive, having learned the conduct of abuse. They are oftentimes depressed, that goes without saying, and certainly Mr. Rowling has had long bouts of depression. One of the most important things that I think we need to talk about is self-esteem, because I think everyone recognizes the importance of self-esteem in an individual. Mr. Rowling has extremely poor self-esteem. And what does that mean? Well, when people have poor self-esteem, a number of things happen. They're easily frustrated. They don't have good control of their emotions. They tend to be impulsive, oversensitive, immature. They are not able to be a friend or to have a friend. It's a lonely existence. They don't know how to relate well with other people. And this one is very important. They don't know and they have no sense of empathy. They don't have any sense of empathy. They don't have a knowledge of how other people.
That's not true. He is totally mischaracterizing people with low self-esteem. That is not true. I have low self-esteem. I have all my life. I have friends. what was that? I forgot the last thing you said. Oh, empathy. Honey, I'm a nurse. I have loads of empathy for people. Having low self-esteem does not keep you from having empathy. Like, he's totally mischaracterizing that. Where do you get that from, dude? That's just wrong.
Important. Goes a long way towards understanding, and you're over. They're too busy to survive, and therefore they don't have the internal energy or resources to do anything else but try to survive. We talked about, and I asked you the same question. Why do some people come out of this type of environment, and why some people just fail in this type of environment? Well, basically, we got two responses. One was genetics, and we're going to talk more about genetic predisposition later on. But genetically, some people are born with skills and devices that enable them to cope better. We can't explain it. It happens. I mean, it's tough to explain. You know, we're not all equal, by the way. We get the impression, well, some people get out, other people don't. I guess, you know, these are just better people. These are better. No, we're all different. I mean, genetically, we're different. We're different people. We have different skills and different strong attributes. You know, I like to play basketball like Michael Jordan. Well, let's face it, I'm not going to do that. Okay, I'm not going to think like Albert Einstein either. Because genetically, I don't have it. Well, that's one of the reasons why some make it and some don't. Because genetically, they can. And some people genetically, they aren't going to make it. Also, there's an intervention by environmental sources that may happen. And Dr. Mann talked about the fact that in one of these situations, particularly some of the ones she's encountered, there has been a substitute figure who has come in the place of the parent to literally rescue that person from that type of environment. So those two types of intervening things can affect why some people make it and some people don't. There was some argument that the father may not have been as bad as characterized by some of the witnesses. The Bryce letter was one of the things that was raised up, and at one point Mr. Smith said, well, the Bryce letter clearly shows that the father has a love for the son because he's trying to protect the son, and what he said in the letter were simply things that were given to him by Danny Roll. So when he's castigating poor Ometha, that's just what Danny told him. No, that's not exactly what Danny told him, because if you look at the letter, when I asked him questions, for instance, one of the things was, well, she did not show him support during the accident where the elderly woman was killed. Now, he didn't say that Danny told him that. What he said was, we didn't see it. Meaning Mr. Rowling didn't see that type of compassion in Ometha. Not that Danny told him that. One of the other things that was in the letter was, well, Ometha was seeing this other man, and obviously she says no, and I tend to believe that. But that she saw him on 3 different occasions. We didn't tell him that till afterwards. We didn't tell him. So that's not something Danny told him. That's something they withheld from Danny and then told him after the marriage collapsed. So the letter is not a reflection of Danny castigating Ometha and then the father relaying that information to the hospital. These are observations by the father himself. Okay? So when we have the father not being that bad of a person because Ometha says he was this kind person to her, what we have is him turning on Ometha. There was some indication that there was an article or a letter written by Danny talking about a puppy at Christmas given to him by the father. Well, that may be true. May not be true, because when we talk about borderline personality, one of the things we talk about is the unstable, intense relationships, over idealization and over devaluation. We know that Danny also has this image of his father as being the biggest war hero in the Korean War, making Audie Murphy look like Mr. Magoo. We know that's simply not true. Okay, we have a stipulation that was entered in by the court. No, Mr. Rowling did not get the Bronze Star. No, he did not get any Purple Hearts. Okay, but this is over-idealization. So we don't know whether the puppy is another over-idealization. Interestingly enough, if you paid close attention to Miss Mitchell's deposition, what she said was that the father had also beat a dog one time in front of him. Kevin Rowling is another one that they say, well, he doesn't corroborate the conditions at home. Whoa, wait a minute. Dr. McMahon spent 2 hours with this man in Gainesville, talking to him. What she came up with is that he admitted he had great gaps in his memory. He had been told by other people about instances, but he just can't remember them. And I wonder why. Well, if you're beaten at 14 to the point where you urinate yourself, there's probably a good reason why you don't want to remember. We talked about the doctors. What are the types of mechanisms that children use from abusive homes to deal with the abuse? One was fantasy. My father's the greatest war hero in the Korean War, makes Mr. Mortimer brother Mr. Weir. That's how Danny got one. What's the other way? Well, the other way is they block it out and it didn't happen. Okay, so Danny chooses one, Kevin chooses the other. They're different makeups genetically. But what does he say? Dr. McMahon asked him specifically the following questions. What was your childhood like? Well, growing up in the house was not good. These are all quotes. Was not a good place to be. Could not wait to get away from there. Extremely difficult to return there after I left the service. When I finished high school, I went out the door. What was it like to be a kid? Something I do not want to do again. Wasn't good. Interestingly enough, the mother also recounts that the only one who actually runs away from home is Kevin. Going out on I-20 one day, they don't make it very far, and he winds up hiding with some friends of his trailers. That's hardly a sounding endorsement for the fact that this was a great home to grow up in, but that the father was not an individual who caused problems in the home. Interestingly enough, we also have the account at Bryce Hospital, where Kevin is quoted as saying, life in the home was like living on the edge of a volcano. That's a turbulent home. The other evidence that we have comes from Ometha Loomis. Ometha. We talked to Ometha on cross-examination about her recollections of the home. Well, first of all, she goes into this house, and we find out that the Rowling family doesn't really talk a whole lot about what's happening in this family. First of all, she does not know Danny in grade school, junior high school, or high school. She's not living in Shreveport at the time. She was never in the home during the formative years when Danny was growing up there. So she doesn't know what happened there. And interestingly enough, no one ever talked about it either. They never talked about his childhood. They didn't talk about a lot of things in this house. I asked her whether or not when she was married to him that she knew that Mr. and Mrs. Rowling had been separated 15 to 20 times. No. Did you ever know that Mrs. Rowling tried to commit suicide? No. Did you ever know if she had a mental and emotional breakdown? No. They don't know what's going on in this house. They didn't talk about their problems. The state asked, well, what about this incident where Danny claims, and Danny had also told this not only to his mother, but also to Bunny Mills, if you will recall. So there's two separate people he's recounting this to. One of them actually saw the other one, he remembers talking to because there's a traumatic incident in his life. It says, well, yeah, I remember the father coming over. I wasn't in the bedroom. I was in the apartment. And on cross-examination, I said, well, in your deposition, you said you may not have been in the apartment. Well, now I remember, yeah, I think I was, but I didn't see and I didn't hear. You have a memory now? Memory. Ometha also talks about the fact that there was a counseling session, one or two. Had no idea why they were going to counseling. Their relationship was fine. She didn't understand it. She didn't want to go. She didn't know where they went, who they went to, or what they went for. But now she has a better memory of what happened at the house. We know there's a counseling session. We don't know what it's for. Interesting, we're having a counseling session. The other thing is that struck me as odd, with Mr. Rowling being normal, according to Ometha. This is his first grandchild. They live in the same town. This is Shreveport. Did Mr. Rowling count him? No. How long were you in the hospital? 5 days. They counted them off 5 days. First grandchild? Yeah, I don't know, some of you may be grandparents. Or no grandparents. I'm sorry, but if you're a first-time grandparent, you're excited. You're going to be there. Maybe in this case it was the last time he was at a hospital with his firstborn. It didn't work out too well. And the flower money. Well, I don't send flower. I didn't send flowers. That can be a comment. I didn't send them, or that's not customary for me to send flowers. But it is Mrs. Rowling who's giving the money. What is surprising, though, is 5 days in, you don't go. I've talked about emotional abuse as a child, physical abuse, dysfunctional family. I know that there's a lot of feelings, and I'm certain some of you have, that these factors are probably used too frequently as a defense to people's conduct. And certainly it's a feeling that people have. But if I was to ask you who taught you your value systems, what would you say? Well, my parents. If I was to ask you who taught you respect and self-esteem, my parents. If I asked you when you were children and you went to school, remember the teacher says, who do you most admire? And we write down who it was. Who was on top of the list? Our parents. We formulate our value systems. We learn how to conduct ourselves in society and with others through our parents. When there's a breakdown in the parental situation, things go awry. Why do we have this problem nowadays? Why are we, as a society, saying that we don't like to use this as an excuse? Why don't we like to hear the fact that, well, you know, this excuse that, well, you're abused, you come from a dysfunctional family? Why is that no longer something that we put much stock in? And I probably have two responses to that. The first one is we probably don't want to admit to ourselves that we don't have as much control over our own self-determination as we would like. Probably true. We probably do not have as many choices in life as we think. I would agree to the extent that childhood abuse, as it is used to defend against conduct, is probably overused. And when I use the term defend, I mean, well, don't hold me responsible. I'm not guilty because of this. And I was using it as a defense to the actions. If it's being used in defensive actions, probably attorneys have cried wolf too often, and that's why people are a little bit leery of it. Please understand, that's not the situation here. I'm not saying Danny Harold Rowling should be not guilty. He's already pled guilty. We're not saying he's not guilty because of this. We're not saying that he should not be held accountable for doing this. He is being held accountable. So where does physical abuse, emotional abuse, and dysfunctional family have its proper place in the criminal justice? It has its proper place in this type of proceeding. We're talking about mitigation of sentencing, not culpability for committing. Yeah, culpability of committing. Was he responsible for committing it? And you start using that, is he not guilty because of that? No. But I'm not arguing he's not guilty because of it. I'm putting this argument where it properly belongs, where it has customarily always been, in the sentencing end of a criminal proceeding. The state talked about the fact, well, the only members who have come forward about any of these are members of Mrs. Rowling's family. Well, the state wasn't precluded from going out and finding members of his family to bring them in. I mean, it's not like there's any limitations on who can call who. They have just as much access to these people as we do. Let me go over under record an ex mitigator. Documentation, record of physical and emotional problems, the document records. He's got a long history of being involved in this. Long history. And you had to pay careful attention because a lot of it was developed on cross-examination. Our first step is the third grade. Remember, Mrs. Rowling talking about the teacher suggesting counseling. The counseling was for a nervous condition. He was an extremely nervous child, suggested both mental and career counseling. I suspect career counseling ties in once again to our issue of the learning disability. Also, family members. Mrs. Mitchell talked about the fact that her parents had also counseled Claudia to try and get some help. There were some incidents recounted about him cutting up the ironing board cover because he was seeing bugs because of certain types of unusual behavior. So the family was beginning to say, yeah, maybe we need to look into this a little more. Once again, and I'm not saying was saying that she was type of activity. He also took, there's something is going on here that requires a counseling session. We don't know what for or why. The first time that we have a report of or a documentation of the physical and emotional problems comes from Bryce Institute, the Alabama facility that Mr. Rowling was in 1979 and 1980. And at that point, we went through on cross-examination some of the information that was gathered at that mental hospital dealing with Mr. Rowling. And at that point, he had both a background report, a mental status examination, and a psychological evaluation. And that the hospital made attempts to confer with various individuals to get background materials about Mr. Rowling for the purposes of this evaluation at Bryce Hospital. They talked to Mr. Crow, who was his attorney, who indicated that Mr. Rowling was involved with several suicide attempts. Now, these factors that I'm going to be talking about will later become important when we talk about the mental disabilities that Mr. Rowling has. But we have at least documentation of several suicide attempts, the suicide gestures that we'll be going into. They also talk about the fact that a number of people had written into Mr. Crow asking that Mr. Rowling be seen by psychiatrists, thought that there was a need for psychiatric care and assistance. A social history was developed by Mrs. Rowling, and once again, we see corroboration here, a long history of it. She mentioned once again the frequent separations. Kevin's talking about the fact that they were living on the edge of a volcano. This is also where we pick up for the first time that Danny has a history of dramatic mood swings, going from high depression to high elation. So we see an instability in the emotional system of Danny becoming to be developed through our medical records. She also talked about the divorce proceeding that occurred between Danny and Ometha and how he reacted. Obviously, he was going to be depressed. That's not an uncommon situation in divorce things, but it is the dramatics that he went through in the course of this proceeding. Running around the house till he dropped, and at one point during the cross-examination, we found that he would be on the attorney's desk just beating the desk, not understanding what was going on. We talked about also, we haven't dwelt on it real heavy, but the fact that he was involved in an automobile accident and an elderly woman was killed, this was something that was also emotionally eating on him, because he talks about at that time about praying to God that the woman's soul would go to heaven. He was very disturbed about that. Once again, this is shown up in the Bryce records. Interestingly, in the Bryce records, they talk about one of the robberies for which he's at Bryce and procuring the revolver, going in and hoping that he would get shot in the course of the robbery. They also talk about the fact that he had a very troubled childhood from the psychological tests that were given in the course of his stay at the hospital. They talk about his anger, his agitation, his restlessness. And interestingly enough, they give a diagnosis. Now, this is 1979. He has a personality disorder unspecified. We're going to talk about disorder, the personality disorders later on. Also has a mild reactive neurotic depression. So we're beginning to start to see certain diagnoses come into Mr. Rowling's life. Interestingly enough, we also see the hypnagogic episode reported. The hypnagogic episode. At one point, Mr. Rowling is going to later tell psychiatrists and psychologists that he had this, he has a history of this, but seeing phenomena, I guess would be the word, and then attributing certain spirituality or supernaturality to it. And he reports that he had a hypnagogic episode. We talked about that a little bit. It's likely to have been the scene in the bedroom with Ometha where he sees the curtains move and some smoke and everything, and attributes this once again to some sort of spirit-like individual. They report that he has very poor insight and judgment in how he deals with life. And once again, when he's giving his social history at Bryce, He's banging his fists against the wall. He's always demonstrating these dramatic gestures of anger and agitation and anxiety. The next person who we find out that gives us some sort of information, once again, about his psychological and emotional problems is Bunny Mills. Been talked about quite frequently. She talked about the fact that he would come over to her house on occasion, and at this point we're back up into the late 1980s. He would cry, he would weep, he would sob about the conditions of his father, he would smother himself, he was very anxious, he would cry constantly, he would talk about the conditions and relationships that existed all of his life with his father. Obviously some instability going on here. Obviously Ms. Mills recognized that situation, tried to get him to go to community mental health to try and procure sort of psychiatric and psychological assistance. But to no avail. There's been some testimony that Ms. Mills talked to both the father and the mother, and the father acknowledged that yes, he would go along with it and said, well, maybe I need some too, was the statement. Do not forget that Ms. Mills was also a close confidant of Mr. Rowling, and for some reason, Mr. Rowling liked Ms. Mills, probably because of her singing. So this would be a type of response that he would normally show towards her. What is interesting is that Danny's perception, though, is that my father's going to do something. I'm trying to see. I can't talk to these people because when I talk to them and my dad finds this out, then my dad is going to kill me. And I'd say, no, Dad, your dad is not going to kill you just because you see the doctor. No, my dad is going to kill me. This dramatic fear that if he goes to see any type of psychiatrist or psychologist, that this is going to end up in some sort of problem with his father. Is this real? Is this perceived? It's his perception. I mean, if you're saying, well, it's his perception, well, how did his perception get so disturbed? How did he get to this point? Because for him, perception then becomes reality. It reaches that point. The next person who sees him is a Dr. Corwin. Dr. Corwin, we determined, was a psychiatrist in Ocala. We saw Mr. Rowling back on November 21st, 1990. Dr. Corwin does an evaluation of Mr. Rowling, and at that time finds that Mr. Rowling is schizophrenic. Now, we've had a lot of terminology about mental and emotional conditions. We found out that psychosis is one of the most dramatic. So this is a psychiatrist who sees him back in 1990, November. Okay? So we're talking about 2 months after this incident. This is before any incident links up Mr. Rowling to anything. So Dr. Corwin sees him, diagnoses him as being schizophrenic. We find out what schizophrenia is. Schizophrenia is a psychosis, perhaps one of the most common forms of psychosis. It has to do with fragmentation of the individual's contact with reality or loose ties to reality. A fragmented type of thought process where an individual jumps constantly and very quickly from one concept to another. There are defects of sensation which could bring about hallucinations. That's his condition. And Dr. Corwin sees him. Dr. Corwin also, interestingly enough, says that he is taking medication, antipsychotic medication. This is on cross-examination. We ask doctors this. So someone prior to Dr. Corwin had seen him and was putting him on antipsychotic medication. The next person who sees him. So that's one diagnosis, okay? So we went from a personality disorder, Bryce, some neurosis and depression. And we now come to another mental health expert who finds him to be schizophrenic. The next person who sees him is then Dr. Kropp, who goes down for an evaluation on January of 91, so we're 2 months down the line. At that time, Dr. Kropp, the first thing he does is he examines the medical records at the jail concerning Mr. Rowling to see what's been happening at the jail. I mean, mental health professionals don't want to look at records before I see him, who else has seen him, what's going on with him. And at that point, the records indicate that he is acting somewhat bizarrely, extremely agitated, was given a diagnosis by mental health people at the jail, not Dr. Corwin, that he was suffering from psychotic behavior. And in fact, at one point, they call it atypical psychosis. So when Dr. Kropp goes there, someone else has seen him, and now we also have someone else saying psychosis is sitting in. Okay? Atypical psychosis is a generalized category of mental illness reflecting a person who is having difficulty in terms of his reality testing. You're not seeing reality. Dr. Kropp, after examining these records, made an attempt to give Mr. Rowling an MMPI. We've talked about the MMPI. There's been several of them involved in this case. Dr. Marin, Dr. McMahon also gave him the same type of test, but he couldn't complete the task. He was too disorganized, too anxious. He simply was too depressed. He was having problems. He would be ruminating over the questions, meaning that he'd sit there and look at them as false. It only takes, a couple of seconds to figure out if it's true or false. He could not take it. No signs of malingering. The next person who actually gives him a diagnosis is going to be Dr. Marin. Dr. Marin does that back in January 24th of 1991. Sees him for approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes. And at that point, performs an MMPI, also takes some history from him. And the history is interesting that I went over with him. Dr. Marin said that Danny told him that he always believed in pulling the strings. So we have this control of actions. God was wiser than he was, must have reasons to have allowed all these things to happen. Talks about the battle in heaven, talks about his belief in the Pentecostal church, and then he makes an interesting statement. There are forces greater than I that pushed me in different directions. There are forces greater than I that pushed me in different directions. No follow. God had revealed himself to him and how he had experienced God in a sensational feeling about. He also at that time talks about certain visions and voices in Dr. Marin. In open court on 1991 in Tampa, and that is that Mr. Rowling is schizotypal. We got another diagnosis here. Schizotypal. Schizotypal is a personality disorder. Okay, it's characterized by distractions on the part of the individual, usually by internal processing. They just can't focus. Schizotypal people tend to involve themselves in strange and unusual and bizarre activities. They have a strong sense that God is moving them. They tend to be magical type of thinking individuals. This is important because we later on see that term with Dr. Sadoff. And they also misinterpret physical stimuli and attribute to them spiritual and supernatural sensations. And Dr. Marin in open court testified, diagnosis, schizotypal in Tampa, 92. Next person that we know from cross-examination sees him is a Dr. Mayer. Dr. Mayer is a psychiatrist in Tampa. He sees him and determines he is suffering from a bipolar disorder. This is an emotional disorder. In a manic state. It's an extreme emotional disorder. So we're getting a series of diagnoses here over a period of time dealing with Mr. Rowling. Interestingly, all of these things dealt with competency proceedings, and some doctors found them incompetent, some doctors found them competent. The questions I asked both Dr. Kropp and Dr. Marin, can you be or have serious problems psychologically and still be competent? Oh, yes. The next place we see Mr. Rowling coming up with a diagnosis is in Chattahoochee. That's in June of 92 to December of 92. Mr. Rowling finds himself in Chattahoochee because apparently two doctors, a Dr. Prado and then also a Dr. Holder, make a petition, and they find him to be mentally ill. Okay? So he goes to Chattahoochee with this diagnosis of being mentally ill. There were some indications that Dr. Holder saw him also having bad dreams and the fact that he was having ritualistic type of religious behavior and conduct. When he gets to Chattahoochee, he's seen by Dr. Phillips and Dr. Annis. And at that point, they go through a diagnosis with him again. Most of this type of information has been repeated before in the past, so they're beginning to develop a well-documented history of Mr. Rowling. The suicides, the depressions all come about, and they come up with a diagnosis of depressive neurosis and borderline personality and antisocial personality. So we pick up another diagnosis. And at this point, they also talk about his mood swings from laughing to crying rather briskly in the swing from those. So that's the documentation of psychological and emotional problems. And these are documents, these are medical records, doctors' evaluations, these are people who have seen it. Taking all of that, we then come up to the diagnoses that have been presented in court today. The doctors have come in and basically said that Danny Harold Rowling suffers from a personality disorder. Personality disorder is borderline personality disorder. There's a whole other series of disorders that also affect Mr. Rowling. Antisocial, histrionic, dependent, obsessive compulsive. These are all factors that go towards contributing to the psychological and emotional problem and adopting. There seems to have been some sort of conflict between the physicians as to the diagnosis in this particular case at this particular moment. Two of the state's doctors said antisocial. The three physicians that were presented by the defense talked about borderline personality disorder. Interestingly enough, one of the state's physicians also talked about the fact that, yes, he meets the criteria for the borderline personality disorder. I can go over them real quick with you. These are the characteristics of this one, and everybody agreed with them. Pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships, characterized by alternations between extreme over-idealization and devaluation. It's Mr. Rowling's relationship with his father and relationship with a whole lot of other people, his wife, relationship with his wife. Interestingly, with the relationship with his wife, both Dr. Marin and Dr. Sadoff, in discussing the relationship with Danny and how he met Ometha, which gives us one more indication of how he was thinking. This is how he was thinking back then. He's depressed. He'd like to have companionship. He'd like to have a wife. He goes to the Pentecostal church and he begins to pray that God will send him a wife. And what happens in the course of his praying, Ometha comes into view. In Mr. Rowling's mind, I prayed for a wife. I see this woman. This is God actually sent me a wife. This woman has been specifically designated and chosen by God to be my bride. That's the way he interprets this. Impulsiveness in at least two areas, dealing with sex. We have one there, and also with substance abuse. He has been diagnosed as having abusive or substance abuse problems. They talk about having shifts in mood. Well, that has been documented both at the hospitals and by his family. He swings very, very rapidly, very characteristic of borderline. Okay? High elation, depression, variable moods, laughing, crying. We saw that at Chattahoochee at the hospital. And these are characteristics that remain with him over the entire course of his life. One of the major characteristics is the intense anger. And we don't have to go into that. I think the crime scenes here in Gainesville show the anger. Once again, Dr. McMahon's characterization of talking with him during the course of the 30 hours and opening the door. Suicide gestures, one of the other characteristics. He's rampant with suicide gestures all through his life. Chronic feelings of emptiness. And then we talk about abandonment, his feeling of abandonment. And certainly the psychological abandonment experience in his family was something that caused him acute distress. So what is a personality disorder? Okay, because that's what we're hearing. We're hearing antisocial, we're hearing borderline, we're hearing obsessive compulsive. We find out what the definition of it was. It's a significant impairment in the person's ability to function. Significant impairment in their personal functioning. That means they don't function real well. There's a problem there, okay? His personality disorders, they were described by Dr. Sadoff, by Dr. Kropp, by Dr. McMahon as being severe. The state has said, well, wait a minute, there are people who have borderline personality disorders and they don't kill people. Probably the most successful way of telling you how severe this was for Mr. Rowling, I asked Dr. Sadoff, and once again, Dr. Sadoff and Dr. Mann talked to you about the fact that they treat these type of people. And they told you, trying to deal with these type of people in a war is really a problem. They're really hard to work with. They're difficult people to deal with. They're in that much distress. How severe is his borderline personality? Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the least and 10 being the highest, he's at least a 10. He's at least a 10. That's severe. That's a problem. That goes beyond significant impairment. We also found out that the borderline personality defect is one that you have for life. I asked him, where does this borderline personality come from? Explain this to me on a scale of mental disorders, okay? And Dr. Sadoff said, and you know, Dr. Sadoff comes into the courtroom with some pretty healthy credentials. And this is a man who's been president of several distinguished medical professions. Renowned teacher. Editorial boards. Borderline personality disorder. It is somewhere between people who are abnormal, so we're here, abnormal, and those who are psychotic. So you're between abnormal, I remember abnormal being a good thing, and psychotic. That's serious mental and emotional problems. Mr. Smith said, well, you know, I'm sure Mr. Kearns is going to talk about the fact that you don't choose to be.
What now? Good Lord. Now I got ugh.
Remember, because also one of the unique characteristics of it is most commonly found in this type of environment.
One of my favorite
Gonna drive me crazy.
supplements is quinol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and quinol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Quinol, the brand I trust.
First, we have a man who's a borderline, okay, who's got serious problems anyway. And let's take a look at well, wait a minute. They didn't cut that finger off before the after the movie to conform to the movie. He lost that finger in the bakery accident. The picture up there looked just like Danny. God, it was uncanny. They gave a picture in the movie. He has a long history of believing in spirits and a long history of seeing supernatural activity. His cousin, Chuck Strozier, talked about it. His mother talked about it with the bad dreams he would be having once again. Characteristic of child abuse, I might have with the bad name. The hypnagogic experience, I mean, we've got the history of it in here. He does see spirits. Dr. Mead even said, talking to his brother Kevin. Kevin believes in them too. I mean, they're part of his persona. This rage from Dr. Mead, that's the part of him he cannot understand or accept. He cannot accept the rage inside of him. He can't accept the anger. So when the anger is exposed, bad things happen. He doesn't want to think about bad things. So the bad things take the form of another persona, the Gemini Enad type situation. So what Dr. McMahon did was she took a diagnosis, admittedly, in an experimental form, a study form, and said, okay, well, let's see what's happening with Mr. Rowling. Possession syndrome is that somebody believes they are possessed. They are not truly possessed. There's no possession here at all. It's self-created. She said that. And they attribute to some facet of themselves that they can't deal with, or that they find to be negative towards, in this case, some bad act, and they attribute this bad type of act they can't to some, and that these spirits will not be the same for every individual. Okay? One person may see their spirit very different based upon their religious beliefs. Another person will see this spirit more. Don't get hung up with this. All this is I told you in the beginning, there's no possession stuff here. It's an explanation. It's an explanation of how he feels, or how he views it, from his distorted point of view. There was a lot of talk about Enad, Gemini, these types of factors, and that they were never, ever vocalized by Mr. Rowling at any time until after the homicides, and that this is the product of, or in conjunction with, the Exorcist 3 movie. Which created a whole lot of hoopla. You weren't here to press love, but they went crazy. I know you didn't read any of it. They saw that stuff and that was great. Okay? Nonsense. Dr. Sadoff probably would have best. He said, wait a minute, okay? First of all, we have a man who's a borderline, okay? Who's got serious problems anyway. And let's take a look at this Exorcist 3 movie. Well, there's unique characters. There's Gemini, okay? He says it's Gemini, and he talks about this bird and the lights flickering. And Dr. Merrin was very interesting in the state to talk about his characteristics. Dr. Merrin says, yes, the movie was fascinating the way it dealt with things about Danny. You know, the character had one of his fingers cut off just like Danny? Well, wait a minute. They didn't cut that finger off after the movie to conform to the movie. He lost that finger in the bakery accident when we talked about the letter with O'Maith and the insurance money. That's 10 years before. The picture up there looked just like Danny. God, it was uncanny. Well, Danny didn't change his appearance so he could look like the picture in the movie. It's a Gemini, and he uses Gemini. He was born a Gemini. But he changed his birthday because of the movie? No. There are some similarities between the movie and Danny. Okay? Dr. Sadoff probably put it best. He says, wait a minute. You got a history of spirits, you got a history of them talking all about this stuff, and he sees the movie. There's nothing inconsistent about both of them being combined. If you will recall, his mother, in her tape statement, talked about the fact that on one occasion, he had an encounter with Danny in the kitchen, sitting at the table, and Danny's countenance seemed to change. His voice was getting louder and things were happening. She got a little leery. Danny, what's happening? And he talked about a person. She couldn't remember what a name was. It had a name, but she couldn't remember what the name was. And this was several years ago that this tape was played. And she also in the tape, if you recall, said that yes, she had talked to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement agents about this before that tape. So this is not something new that's happening with this idea of this other type of person. It's been in existence for a while. This is a man who's a borderline. He sees the movie. That may now have given him the explanation. He may have been calling it something else to his mother. He sees that movie and, the mysticism, the magical thinking. Remember that Dr. Sadoff talked about? He's going to see, this is a sign. There's a man like me with only one finger. There's a guy who looks like me. I'm a Gemini. To his disturbed way of thinking, that's a sign. The same type of sign he sees in the movie, the same type of sign he saw that Omega was to be his wife. He sees things in signs. There's one factor that I think is extremely important and has not been given a whole lot of weight so far, I tell you now. Family history of extensive mental and emotional disturbance. This is the odd card in the deck. In gathering information in this case, from both the mother, the brother, other family members, we've established that there is a disproportionate number of individuals on the paternal side of the family that have mental health problems. The mother talked about, as well as Kevin to Dr. McMahon, the fact that there is a great-grandfather who killed his wife, walked in, killed his wife, cut her throat. One brother has been hospitalized on medication. Another brother killed himself. There's other indications that there's other mental health history in the family, schizophrenia. So that there's, and in fact, an unusually high number of problems in the role. And interestingly enough, all on the paternal side and all males. Talk to Dr. Mary. This would be a red flag. Someone comes into a psychiatrist or psychologist's office and they see this type of history and they say, problem. Can anyone say that there is a direct link genetically with mental illness? No, no one did. Is there grave suspicion? Sure is. In fact, Dr. Sadoff talked about it. He said, what we learned from schizophrenia is that we used to think that this was a copied trait. In other words, someone would often copy this type of activity. It was a learned activity, is what he said. We now find out that schizophrenia is a chemical imbalance in the brain. So that means there's a genetic, and they know there's a genetic link. The problem we have here is we don't know. We suspect. It would certainly give us a lot of answers to why. We know it exists. That's the other problem we have. We know it exists. We know it's there. We know it's in his family. Our problem is what part does it play? And that's the problem we have. It goes to the control problem. The other problem with this type of history, and it's a double dose. Let's see if I can explain this to you. If there is credence to the theory of the genetics, then you have someone who's passing on a predisposition towards mental and emotional problems to someone. That's the genetic factor. The other factor that you have to keep in mind is the environmental factor, because the person who's passing this on is also the person who's raising that person. So you have the genetic factor and then the environmental factor coming into play. So that a person who is disturbed themselves is raising someone else, causing them problems. So what you see is the connection between this and this. double. In other words, the genetic situation is you pass the gene or you pass some genetic problems. And then the person passing it is also one who's in control of the environment, so that doubles it. So if a person is mentally ill, what type of stability do they have in their home? What type of stability does the mentally ill person provide in a home? Very poorly. If you're raised by someone who's mentally ill, that causes you problems. Okay? That causes the disruption of dysfunctional family. And then, on top of that, if you have passed a problem on genetically, you're doubling up the prospects of that person having more problems. Let me talk about this one, because this one's probably going to be somewhat unusual for you. You don't see it too much in mitigation. Cooperation with law enforcement entering into the agreement. This would fall under aspects of the offense for mitigation. In this case, Danny Harold Rowland on his own contacted law enforcement. Call him up. Wanted to make a statement. Did make a statement. You saw the statement. He told law enforcement officers what happened. He confessed. He was advised of his constitutional rights. Right to remain silent. I waived it. Right to an attorney. I waived it. You understand that anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law? I understand it. I waived it. The law enforcement officer said he wants to call Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker's going to be upset with me, but no, I'm going to do this. I mean, he himself presented the focal point of the evidence in this case. He came forward and said, I did it. He said, well, you know, so what? It's not like that happens every day. I'm sure that the state attorney's office would love to have that type of video in every case that was tried in this court. It doesn't happen. So Mr. Rowling, on his own, produced the evidence to be used against himself. And then came into court and said, Your Honor, I plead guilty. That type of action, not legally in his best interest. I mean, usually an individual who is faced with homicide figures go to trial, long, drawn out. I mean, if I'm going down, I might as well go down fighting. Doesn't bother him. Mr. Rowling said, no, I'm pleading. Mr. Rowling came to court and pled. You say, well, how was that mitigating? Well, when Mr. Rowling came into court and pled, certainly the level of tension and anxiety in this community was somewhat reduced. Also, in cases of this nature, if you have to sit through a trial, no matter what your verdict is, there is always that lingering, gnawing doubt. Was this really and truly the person? Is this really the one? And years afterwards, you still ruminate. Is he it? Sure. Well, what Danny Harold Rowling did was to alleviate that type of concern from you. At least he did that for you. At least you're not going to have to sit there and think, God, did he really do it? It may not sound like much, but it is. The last factor under character, unable to mature. Obviously, from what we find out from the personality disorders is that this is a stunting of maturity level. Simply because of the fact that they are predominantly developed while in childhood, the maturity process simply does not take hold, does not run its course. He has been characterized literally by everybody as being an immature person. He is inconsistent with his chronological age. This immaturity also doubling up with the byproduct or effects of physical and emotional abuse leads tremendously to the stunting of empathy. And empathy was one of the important factors we talked about. Inability to appreciate or understand other people and other people's feelings. He may look age appropriate. He may walk age appropriately. He does not function socially age appropriate. We've covered all the mitigators: character, record, background, aspects of the offense. Ten factors, mitigation. It has been my hope and desire to try and present to you the life of Danny Harold Rowling. From the date of his birth right up to the second. So that you would at least have some understanding of Danny Harold Rowling and hopefully have some sort of understanding as to what happened in Gainesville. There's a lot going on. It's not as simple and as clear-cut as people would like you to believe, or as maybe you'd like to have your emotions believe. Danny Harold Rowling is a seriously disturbed and ill individual. He has been for a long period of time. The signs were obvious in his youth. And for what reasons, whatever reasons people had, help and assistance that was needed to avert this tragedy were not procured. But there is mitigation. There is reasons for why Danny Harold Rowling should live, not live well and live in hopelessness, but at least live. Because from this type of environment, with these types of problems, you get these types of results. Remember, he did not choose to be this way. He did not choose to have this environment or to have this genetic. This wasn't chosen, but they're there, they're with him. You can't change that. It's the way he came into the world. It's the way he was raised. Can't change that now. So since we can't change it, we end it. You can end it just as easily by life in prison. They said there was a message here in Gainesville. I tend to believe it was the same message he left on the medicine cabinet at 15. I tried, but I just can't make it. And ironically, he couldn't. I want to thank you. It's been tough for everyone. I appreciate the courtesy you have shown towards members of the defense. I also appreciate the attention that you have shown for the presentation of our case. And on behalf of myself, Mr. Parker, Ms. Blunt, Mr. Fisher, and also Mr. Rowland, I want to thank you for the courtesy and attention and time you've been willing to give in this proceeding. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to publish to you, and what I've given you is a copy of the jury sentencing phase jury instructions. I'm going to read these to you, and this is not to insult your intelligence. I know you can all read, and I know you can all listen, but we found that over years, this increases the communication between the bench and the the jury to understand what their obligations are. So those will be your copies, and you may keep them with you as you are deliberating. The lawyers have had an opportunity for input into these instructions and have basically we have agreed that these are the instructions that I would give. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now your duty to advise the court as to what punishment should be imposed upon the defendant for his crimes of first-degree murder of Christina Powell, Sonia Larson, Krista Hoyt, Manuel Taboda, and Tracy Paulus. As you have been told, the final decision as to what punishment shall be imposed is the responsibility of the judge. However, your advisory sentence as to what sentence should be imposed on this defendant is entitled by law and will be given great weight by this court in determining what it is only under rare. It is your duty to follow the law that will now be given you by the court and to render to the court an advisory sentence based upon your determination as to whether sufficient aggravating circumstances exist to justify the imposition of the death penalty and whether sufficient mitigating circumstances exist to outweigh any aggravating circumstances found to exist. Your advisory sentence should be based upon the evidence that has been presented to you in these proceedings. The aggravating circumstances that you may consider are limited to any of the following that are established by the evidence. 1, the defendant has been previously convicted of another capital offense or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to some person. The crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony and a felony involving the use of threat of violence to another person. The crime of sexual battery with great force, armed burglary of a dwelling with a battery, robbery with a firearm, armed bank robbery, robbery, armed robbery with a firearm, attempted robbery with a firearm, aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer with a firearm, and aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer are felonies involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crime for which the defendant is to be sentenced was committed while he was engaged in the commission of the crime of first-degree murder, sexual battery with great force, or armed burglary of a dwelling with a battery. The crime for which the defendant is to be sentenced was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. In order for you to find a first-degree murder was heinous, atrocious, or cruel, you must find that it was accompanied by additional acts that showed that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to the victim. The events occurring after the victim dies or loses consciousness should not be considered by you to establish that this crime was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. The crime for which the defendant is to be sentenced was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Simple premeditation of the type necessary to support a conviction for first-degree murder is not sufficient to sustain a finding that the killing was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner. A heightened form of premeditation is required, which can be demonstrated by the manner of the killing. To achieve this heightened level of premeditation, the evidence must indicate that a defendant's actions were accomplished in a calculated manner. Calculated is defined as a careful plan or prearranged design. Cold is defined as calm and cool reflection. Thus, in order to find that the crime was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner, you must find a careful plan or prearranged design to kill, formed through cool and calm reflection. If you find that the crime was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner, you must then find that it was committed without any pretense of moral or legal justification. A pretense of justification is any claim of justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of homicide, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold and calculating nature of the homicide. If you find the aggravating circumstances do not justify the death penalty, your advisory sentence should be one of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Should you find sufficient aggravating circumstances do exist, it will then be your duty to determine whether mitigating circumstances exist that outweigh the aggravating circumstances. The mitigating circumstances you may consider, if established by the evidence, are any aspect of the defendant's character, record, or background, and any other circumstances of the offenses. Each aggravating circumstance must be established beyond a reasonable doubt before it can be considered by you in arriving at your decision. If one or more aggravating circumstances are established, you should consider all the evidence tending to establish one or more mitigating circumstances and give that evidence such weight as you feel it should receive in reaching your conclusion as to the sentence that should be imposed. A mitigating circumstance need not be proved beyond a reasonable doubt by the defendant. If you are reasonably convinced that a mitigating circumstance exists, you may consider it as established. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt concerning the existence of an aggravating circumstance is not a possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you if you have an abiding conviction that the state has proved the aggravating circumstance. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction that the state has proved the aggravating circumstance, or if having a conviction it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating circumstance has not been proved because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced upon this sentencing proceeding and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating circumstance may arise from the evidence, a conflict in evidence, or a lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you must find the aggravating circumstance has not been proven. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating circumstance has been proven. It's up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in the case? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Was it proved that the witness had been convicted of a crime? You may rely upon your own conclusion about the witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The Constitution requires a state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything. It's up to the state to prove the aggravating circumstances by evidence. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute right to remain silent. He may not be compelled to testify and may elect not to take the witness stand at his sole option. You are to draw no inference from the fact that defendant Danny Harold Rawling did not testify at this proceeding. This fact must not prejudice your determination as to which penalty is appropriate in any manner. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowing, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to, whether when the defendant made the statement he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Now, there are some general rules that apply to your discussion, and you must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and a legal decision in the matter. The case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the answers of witnesses and seen in the form of exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in the case. It's entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his testimony. Feelings of prejudice or bias are not legally reasonable doubts, and they should not be discussed by any of you in any way. Your verdict must be based on your views of the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. The sentence that you recommend to the court must be based upon the facts as you find them from the evidence and the law. You should weigh the aggravating circumstances against the mitigating circumstances, and your advisory sentence must be based on these considerations. In these proceedings, it is not necessary that the advisory sentence of the jury be unanimous. The fact that the determination of whether you recommend a sentence of death or a sentence of life imprisonment in this case can be reached by a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings.
This is why I wanted to listen to jury instructions, because of the death penalty. I didn't know if the instructions were going to, I knew they were going to be different. I didn't know how different. And also, this is back before Florida changed it where it had to be unanimous. Did he just say a single ballot? Like if one person said death penalty, it would be death penalty? I'm confused. I thought it was majority. Okay, well, let's continue and see if I can figure that out.
Before you ballot, you should carefully weigh, sift, and consider the evidence and all of it, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring to bear your best judgment in reaching your advisory sentence. If a majority of the jury determine that Danny Harold Rawlings should be sentenced to death, your advisory sentence should be a majority of the jury by a vote of, and specify the vote, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawlings. On the other hand, if by 6 or more votes, the jury determines that Danny Harold Rawlings should not be sentenced to death, your advisory sentence would be, the jury advises and recommends to the court that it impose a sentence of life imprisonment upon Danny Harold Rawlings without possibility of parole for 25 years. That has been prepared for you. It will call for you to make a decision as to each one of the separate counts, and it will list the count by number, listing the particularized victim in that particular count that you are to address your advisory verdict to. Now, during the advisory recommendation, deciding an advisory recommendation is exclusively your job. I cannot participate or done that make you think I prefer one verdict over another. In a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to elect a chairperson of a meeting. And it is the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict in the case. The foreperson will bring the verdict back to the courtroom when you return. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For 2 centuries, we have agreed to a constitution and to live by the law, and no one of us has the right to violate rules we all share. You will now retire to consider your recommendation. When you have reached an advisory sentence in conformity with these instructions, that recommendation be signed by the foreperson and returned to the court. Now, what I would like you to do is this. First of all, the exhibits are, I think, either already delivered to the grand jury room or are being reviewed by counsel for each side and by the clerk to make sure that we have the right documents and exhibits going back to the grand jury room where 12 of you will be deliberating. What I'm going to ask is initially that the 12 jurors, not the 4 alternates, but the 12 jurors, if you would step back into the jury room and take anything that you feel you need to take with you that you may have back there, we're going to then escort you over to the grand jury room. And I'm going to ask that no one else leave the courtroom until the jurors have been escorted as directed by the court. So with that, by the way, you will be provided your notes as well over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gotten the following communications from you. I want to publish them for the record. And for your information, the communications from the jury go into the record. First question is, can we have all the psychological reports on D.H. Rawlings, please? Thank you. The answer to that is there are no psychological reports per se filed in the record. Therefore, I cannot give them to you. So the succinct answer is no. The second question was, we would like the audio tape and all the depositions tape recorder. I wrote you a note back requesting that you specify what audio tape you wanted and what depositions you wanted, and I received the following communication. Your Honor, we would like the following. A, Claudia Rowling transcript. B, letter father wrote to Bryce. And C, transcripts of all medical expert testimony. Let me answer that in the following way. The Claudia Rowling transcript was offered to you to read along as you watch the tape. So the only proper way that I would allow you to see that again, if you wish, and I will do it, is we will reset up the recorders and you would go through the same procedure you went through before to see the Claudia Rowling tapes. We can do that. The second is the letter father wrote to Bryce. That letter, again, is not in evidence per se, the letter itself, and therefore I cannot produce it for you. C, the transcripts of all medical expert testimony. There are no transcripts of all the medical expert testimony. The court reporter has them on a real-time disc in rough form. The only way to reproduce that for you, and again, I will do this if you wish it, is the court reporter must read back to you the testimony of all those witnesses. There are two separate court reporters, and the time involved for those 5 witnesses will be approximately and if you wish to do that, then I would tell the court reporter to begin preparing herself and get the other court reporter made available, and we would begin to do that process, and it would last for however long those 5 witnesses lasted. What I intend to do at this time basically is ask you to
They don't normally do that, do they? Because there's been times lately where jurors have asked for things to be read back and they've been like, no, we can't read back testimony. That's weird. I don't understand why they can't read back testimony. And in Florida, we always have the jury pick the 4-person. I remember in the Karen Reed case, everybody was upset because Bev picked the 4-person. We don't do it that way in Florida. I don't know how long they deliberated. I can look it up. How long did the jury deliberate in the Danny Rowling death penalty case? That didn't even work. How long did the jury deliberate in Danny Rowling's death penalty case? It's not going to tell me. It's just going to give me trial videos. We've watched all those videos. Stupid thing. If I were to ask Alexa, she would say, I'm not sure about that, because she doesn't answer complex questions. Well, I'll look it up and I'll figure it out. I don't know. Okay, let's do... It's not quite 4 hours, and the verdict is only 10 minutes. So let's do the verdict.
The jury has sent communication to the foreman. They have reached an advisory verdict. Before we bring the jury in, let me ask, let me tell you what the procedure is going to be. The advisory is going to be published, and I'm going to give the jury some instructions on their rights. Let me say that I understand there may be some very strong feelings about this verdict. I'm going to ask if there's anybody here who cannot not respond to the verdict, please leave now. This is a courtroom. Everybody's been respectful. I think the proceedings have been conducted properly with a great deal of dignity that they deserve. And I don't want to see that disrupted now. So please, if you have a response, keep it to yourself, please. Also, I'm going to need to have them polled, which is going to take an audible response from the jurors. It must be recorded by the clerk. And also, I want to talk to them for a few minutes about things that they have. Be aware that's going to happen as well. So with that, you can bring in the jury. And after the jury is seated, I would like the alternates brought in as well. Gentlemen, what's going to happen is the clerk is going to read your verdict. When that is through, they're going to poll you, which means that the original 12, the clerk has a statutory language, and he will ask you individually by name a question about the confirmation of what he's reading to be your verdict. So be prepared for that. When that is through, then I want to discuss with you for just a few moments. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would publish the verdict of the jury, please.
In the Circuit Court of the 8th Judicial Circuit in and for Alachua County, Florida. Advisory verdict. We, the jury, return the following advisory verdict to the court in this case. As to the count 1 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Christina Powell, the majority of the jury, by a vote of 12-0, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawling. As to count 2 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Sonia Larson, a majority of the jury, by a vote of 12-0, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawling. As to count 3 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Krista Hoyt, a majority of the jury, by a vote of 12-0, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawling. As to count 4 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Manuel Taboada, a majority of the jury, by a vote of 12-0, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawling. As to count 5 of the indictment, the first-degree murder of Tracy Paulus, a majority of the jury, by a vote of 12-0, advise and recommend to the court that it impose the death penalty upon Danny Harold Rawling. Dated this 24th day of March, 1994, 4-person.
Hold the jury, please. And I direct the clerk to record the advisory verdict of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, let me explain to you what the procedure is going to be. Florida law, the state and the defense are entitled to what is next known as a sentencing hearing, which means an opportunity to present further matters to me that they think are important to my rendering of a final decision in this matter. I expect that sentencing hearing to take place sometime next week. After that, the proper procedure is for the court to consider certainly your verdict, which is given great weight. It is the duty of the court to make an independent weighing of the aggravating and mitigating circumstances and to render a written order in detail that addresses those matters. Ultimately, there is a sentencing, which is simply the pronouncement of that sentence upon the defendant by me literally publishing that order in open court. So those are the procedures that are going to be followed. And I suspect it will be a number of weeks between the sentencing hearing next week and the imposition of sentence. And I will discuss that matter with counsel. What I'm going to do is ask, or what I'm going to do is direct the clerk that when I have set a date for the ultimate sentencing, we're going to send you a notice of that date. If you attend that sentencing, if you will then notify the clerk or the court administrator, we will provide a seat in this courtroom for you. I think that's the least we can do as a matter of courtesy to you for the work that you've done. Now, there are 3 other matters I want to talk to you about. First of all, if any of you, for any reason because of your experience in this case, would like to discuss with an expert any issues of the ability to cope with the impact of the case on you, I would ask again that you contact our court administrator or the clerk, and we will try to help you with that situation. I have no expectation of that, but I certainly want to make you aware that we're willing to help you if you have such a problem. The other 2 matters, one matter concerns your rights. There's a standard jury instruction, and it says that no juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occur in a jury room except by court order. For many centuries, we have recognized and relied upon juries' considerations of difficult cases. We recognize for hundreds of years a jury's deliberations, their discussions and their votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. And therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about your work. You are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations or refuse to speak to those who may seek to find fault with you. So the decision's up to you concerning your privacy as a juror. Now, I tell you that because I have every expectation that you are going to be contacted at least by members of the media. And it is not a decision for me to make. It's a decision for you to make as to whether or not you wish to speak. That will not happen in this courthouse because basically I'm going to release you to the custody of the sheriff to safeguard you and take you out of the courtroom and take you back to your vehicles. But I have every expectation of that to the sheriffs, and we will pass that on to the media committee, saying that you have requested that they not bother you or that they not try to talk to you. If they want to contact you or not to contact you or to tell you to speak or not to speak, that's your business. The other matter is this. I would hope that whatever decision you make about speaking to anyone about this, and I'm certainly you're going to have questions from your friends, from your family, from your coworkers, and have questions from you and probably from the media. In making the decision of whether or not to speak at all or who to speak to, I'm going to ask that you consider the feelings and the privacy rights of your fellow jurors. And then with whatever decision you make, I'll respect that decision. I'm sure all of us would. And if you're comfortable with the decision you make, it's probably the right one. So it's up to you. Now, finally, for anybody involved with it, it's a very difficult case. You've been exposed to in the 20 years I've been in the system. I really believe that if citizens don't come in and participate in this system, we won't have a system. And so that's the bottom line of this system is citizen input. And you have performed your duty in good humor and patiently, and I know we've asked a lot of you, and I want to tell you that I appreciate that. The other thing that you've noticed is, the lawyers often are on the wrong end of a lot of jokes about the bar and the legal profession. You will never see a case presented to you as professionally, as competently, as courteously as you have seen by both staffs of the public defender and state attorney's offices as you saw in this case. I hope that you're proud of those offices. I am. And I hope you understand that, in my opinion, the Constitution is as safe in this courtroom as any courtroom I've ever been in. I hope you're proud of that as citizens of this state, this community. So with that, and with the thanks of the court, I turn you over to the bailiffs to safeguard you, and no one's to leave the courtroom until the jury's been allowed to leave. And thank you very much. You may step down and you may keep your notes. They're yours. Will you let me know? I want to wait just a minute. There's some stuff in the jury room that belong to these jurors, and I want to let them get them and collect them and go down the elevators, and then I'll let y'all go. I would ask counsel you notify me as soon as you've reached a date for the sentencing hearing. And the other thing is I'm going to remand Mr. Rawling to the custody of the Division of Corrections, and we'll notify you in advance so you can have him here on those days.
Yeah, that's it. It looks fine on my end now. It was doing it earlier, but now it looks like it's not doing it anymore. It's just because I'm not hardwired in, and I don't. I don't know why. Sometimes it's fine, and then some days it's horrible. And today is a bad day. I don't know why. Like, it'll tell me that it'll tell me that my audio is disconnected, and it'll twice it just kicked me out completely, and it said, oops, something went wrong, retry. So I don't know. I guess it's just because I'm not hardwired in. So I guess I need to get a cable. And I guess during the day when I'm doing this and my husband's not home and also using the Wi-Fi, when it's just me using it, I guess I can get an extra cable and just like hardwire it in from the router just for during the day when I'm doing this. Because I definitely during the I didn't have this much trouble during that Ashley Benefield trial, though, I don't think. I definitely don't want this to happen during Sarah Boone because I don't want to miss a minute. I don't want to have to keep like reloading and all that because I don't want to miss a minute of it. And that's probably why I've been having trouble I'm still trying to do the video of the motion for a new trial in Ashley Benefield. And I use StreamYard to record it. And then when I put it in my editing software to try to edit it, I couldn't hardly even hear. Well, I could hear it, but like the audio would be garbled in spots. And I was like, StreamYard, dang it, I can't even record with you. What is happening? Oh, yeah, she's not going to get dismissed. Are you kidding me? That is bizarre. Let me see if I can pull that up. That is, what is it? My Orange Clerk. That is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. It didn't even look like any motion to dismiss. It's crazy. And it's, what did you say, August 27th? And now I can't find it. I've got civil traffic infraction, mortgage foreclosure, dissolution of marriage. Come on. Go to the next page. Okay, that's more entries. Well, state of Florida criminal felony. There it is. Motion to dismiss. The Constitution of the U.S. Amendment 6, specifically the right to a speedy trial, has been violated. The state of Florida has not met the requirements or proven good cause of delays. Ineffective substandard state provided attorneys should have made this request long ago, proving this as a fact. That's it. That's the whole motion to dismiss. That's it. And then just the Bill of Rights amendments 1 through 10? Not even 1 through 7. And then this envelope. Tiffany Moore Russell and Raymond and Crystal Bryson. Who are these people? Like, what the heck is that? I don't even know what that means. I'm so confused. That's nuts. What is that? Yeah, that would have been a lot longer if she'd written it. I don't think she wrote it either. I don't even know what that is. What the heck was that? And she waived her right to a speedy trial. So, I don't even know what that was. That's bizarre. So, okay, so tomorrow we will do the sentencing hearing, and then we'll be done. Thank goodness, because I have given this man too much time in my life. Okay, guys, thank you for watching with me as always, and I will see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Bye. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. See you later.